Hello everybody, how are we doing? Welcome to another day of StarCraft action. What's this? Wardy's been live 3 days in a row, I know. Isn't it great? Just having all the other tournaments wrapped up and we can just focus on streaming on our own channels and stuff. That's so awesome. I'm a big fan of that, as I'm just double checking the bracket, get an idea of what we might want to go into early. Ooh, Firefly Trap. I've been enjoying watching Trap the last couple of days, so maybe we start with that, even if it is the PvP. It takes a lot to make me cast PvP, but bracket's actually pretty cool. I don't think there's any kind of like immediate standout. I kind of want to do, I think, Firefly Trap, and if we do Firefly Trap, then maybe we just go like and just see where the bracket is at after that. I think there's a lot of cool matches happening round 2, but there's not one that really like stands out to me as like a let's go dive ourselves into that and make sure we're there for it. So I kind of like the Firefly Trap series. Worst case, winner plays Coffee as well, which is also going to be good. So, yeah, I'm kind of down to just start like that. I think that's a pretty reasonable way to get going today. Yeah, on the Kung Fu Cup, edition number 3 for this year. We weren't here last week. Last week I was coming home from a little trip and didn't get the chance to come live and catch it. I got home like an hour after it started, and one stuff started and stuff I prefer just to catch up another time or so. And I had stuff I needed to catch up on because I'd been away for a few days. But yeah, we're going to be here for the rest of the Kung Fu Cups, which is actually not going to be next week, because next week there's a Chinese offline event happening next weekend, so there's no Kung Fu Cup because there's no World Team League. But next week we'll have the WardiTV Korean Royale starting up, so we'll actually have Korean Royale on Wednesdays, so we'll have plenty of StarCraft coming in that regard. Very, very exciting. A couple of showers to start the day, as I'm just trying to check if Firefly is here. Ah, they're going into the official WTL channel. Okay, perfect. That works for me. Couple of shouts to start the day. First of all, here on Twitch. Jazzvan with the 15-month resub. Hello. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you so much for resubscribing. And of course, guys, today we are live on YouTube again. So Wednesdays are currently our YouTube live days. Not sure if we're going to stick to just doing it once every Wednesday or twice a week maybe. Or what the general plan is. But we are live on YouTube, so hello, first of all, to YouTube. And we've actually had our very first ever super chat on YouTube, which is essentially, I guess, a donation, coming in from Braille. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. I don't really have, like, alerts or anything set up for the YouTube channel yet, in that regard. So, yeah. I don't really have anything set for that, so they don't ping up or anything, but great to see it in the chat. And yeah, if you are on YouTube, it's very important you hit the like button on the video. I'm going to do it right now. If you want to do it yourselves on, if you watch it on Twitch, you want to give us a quick hand on the YouTube channel, you can head on over and give it a like as well. I'm just opening my own channel. Look, I will show you how easy it is to do, guys. You come on over to the YouTube link. It's a beautiful place to be, Look, there we are, live. Look, we can create a meta situation here and something like that. I can put the link on the YouTube chat, on the Twitch chat. If you want to come over, just come down here, click that little like button. Look, I like my own video. You guys like it too, because I'm clearly your idol, right, guys? Yeah, something like that. I don't know why I would think I'm your idol, but anyways, do that. Helps us out a whole bunch, and I will let you guys go on with it. Man, that was like 0 delay. That's crazy how quickly that changed. All right, we're waiting for Firefly. Firefly's not logged in, so we're kind of hoping he shows up. Otherwise, we're going to be matchless for the first couple of moments. But hopefully that's just like a minor little setback for now. Looks as though we've got a few people joining the lobby to party to cast this, so they seem to think Firefly's going up. I'm not the only man waiting for a Firefly in our life today to start us off with some PvP. Yeah, bracket's pretty cool. I guess because I'm in the party, I can actually show you guys the bracket without fear of missing the game or anything, so let me do this. Bring the full screen back up. And yeah, let me just scroll down this so we can show you guys who's playing today. So we've got DRG, Classic, Bunny, Harstem, Kua, Yeshi, Skillers, Hero Marine, Mixu, Chance, Coffee, Firefly Trap, that's the one we're starting on. Max, Pax, Geralt, DNS, little PvP section. ByuN waits for Azura or Mana. Solar looking to probably most likely play against Cyan. Lambo. I don't know if this is someone I'm not sure about, because everyone else seems pretty well seated, but this matchup seems kind of random. Wayne, Lambo, Stats, Hero, Lunacy is actually an up-and-coming Korean Protoss. Christiana, that's Jim that he's playing against. We learned that yesterday after I didn't give Jim a seed and he qualified into my tournament. Whoops. Creator, Rex, Goblin, Rebellion, Ryung, and Oliveira. So pretty fun bracket all across the board. No Clem today. Yeah, no Clem I think is the most notable. No Reynor. Obviously Reynor's got GSL tomorrow. No Hero. Oh no, there is Hero. Hero's got GSL tomorrow. No Gumiho, right? Yeah, Gumiho has GSL tomorrow. Sue has GSL tomorrow, so not surprising to see a couple of those guys kind of tapping out and not doing it. But Hero's here. Hero doesn't care. He's gonna play. So yeah, that's our bracket for the day, guys. I did hear a ding going on, so I think we've got people joining us. Yep, Firefly is here, so videos have begun. So we're gonna get that underway, all set up. Again, thank you for joining us here bright and early. We are just at the very start of the stream, and we are waiting for videos to get into our very first matchup of the day. Just get a couple things sorted out on my own side as well. Lovely stuff. Amazing. A couple of videos coming in already. Get those set up, guys. Will not be too long to get started. Obviously, everyone is getting set up and rolling, so a couple of moments here. Get this all started off. Ready to get in game. Firefly and Trap going through the videos. If you're not aware, Trap just returned from the military. And when I say just returned, I really mean just like a few days ago. I think it was on Monday we saw him play for the first time, and we actually casted him on Monday. We casted him on Monday's ESL Open Cup Korea. I casted some replays of Open Cup in North America last night, and that was some Trap games as well. Trap is looking surprisingly good, is how I would say it. Considering he's just returned, I mean, he took a series off of ByuN, looking pretty confident and comfortable. And that's the main thing that I'm looking at when I'm looking at Trap's games so far. I'm looking at Trap and I'm like, man, you look like you're up to date with the meta. You look like you're playing some solid StarCraft 2. Trap looks like a very, very strong competitor at the moment. Like, way stronger than I expected him to be. So, excited to see his games here because I do think he can put a challenge to Firefly. I would still put Firefly out there as a favorite, obviously, but 100% an opportunity here for Trap to, again, show us just how impressive he's been. He took a map off Classic on the first match we casted of him on Monday. He had some close games against Hero in that Open Cup Americas as well. So, yeah, some very, very cool stuff right there. Again, this section of the bracket has coffee in it, potentially Hero Marine round after as well. I think we'll probably be switching up sections of the bracket that we're in, but TLDR, there's a lot of cool matches happening today, guys. Kung Fu Cup always has a lot of great games, and of course, because it's just an open tournament, everything gets played on one day. We just dive into whatever we can dive into. We just take whatever we can grab at any point in time, pretty much. So that's going to be what we're aiming for. Videos have been slow going. Ghost Youth, Alcyone, Amphion, Side Delta, Dynasty. So Golden Aura, Ghost River, and Oceanborn remain, I think. What I'm reading. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, and Crimson Court. Yeah, okay. Crimson Court gets videos, so it's going to lead us to Ghost River, Golden Aura, Oceanborn. So we're going to start up on Ghost River, and then it'll be Trap's choice of Golden Aura or Oceanborn for map 2. Get that figured out. Yo, Braille, with the 10 times on the super chat from before. Thank you so much over on the YouTube stream. Excited to see Rogue and Trap go back to top form. Hell yeah, no, I super excited to see Rogue already in GSL. If someone actually pointed this out, it's like, how come ByuN is the guy that keeps losing to all of the guys that return from military? It's kind of true, because ByuN lost to Parton when Parton came back. He lost to Rogue in the GSL qualifier, and he lost to Trap in that ESL Open Cup North Americas on Monday as well. ByuN is just like the return from military beat-up man, which is kind of funny. Well, not really funny if you're a ByuN fan like me, kind of hurts, but maybe ByuN's just trying to up the... He's like, you know what, I came back from the military. I wish some people let me win back then. Actually, when ByuN came back from military, he was very quick to return and be good. He, like, showed up in a GSL qualifier. He was just in the bracket. Then he beat, like, Cure to qualify for GSL. And everyone was like, what? Like, ByuN, where did you come from? ByuN's just like, ha ha ha. Then ByuN was very good. So, yeah, Trap and Firefly coming up. We've got the map order. We've got everything set to go. Thank you again, Braille. I hope I'm saying your name right. Thank you so much for the super chats. I really appreciate it, like I say. Never had them on YouTube before. I really should. I will work on getting the YouTube integrated with my stream elements, which means that we should be able to get pop-ups and stuff. Just something I haven't really done yet, so. But we'll get there. Guys, we should be about a minute away from being in-game. Trap just said one moment. He's just BRB very quickly, then we'll get this hosted up, and we should be able to go. It does take us a little while usually to get into the first game of the day. That's very typical. This is very much so kind of the expectation. So we're just going to get into this in a second, then we're going to be able to go. Trap's returned. So thanks for a little bit of patience. Hopefully, we do not have too much more downtime or kind of slow-going games beyond this as we get ready to go. ByuN doesn't change his style up much. He really, this is like when Artosis interviewed ByuN at Katowice, and he was like, "So ByuN, you're known for kind of using the same builds all the time." And ByuN like turns to Maddox, he was translating, he was like, "What?" He's like, "Me?" He's like, "I always change my builds up." He's like, ByuN's replies like, "Oh, I actually feel like I do a lot of different builds, and you know, I mix it up a lot." ByuN is a fairly creative build to play, but I guess style-wise, I don't know if he's a comfortable opponent, even if he does similar kind of very aggressive bioplay every time, because like he will play very aggressively, he will play in your face, he will not back down from those kind of challenges, you know? So it's so interesting to see different people's opinions on different things like that, because at the time I think Artosis was still very adamant as well. He's like, no, I 100% believe ByuN plays very similar builds all the time. I'm just like, man, I don't see it like that, but it's cool, right? Comfortable is probably the wrong word. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like, maybe it is. Maybe people are like, hey, well, I know he's going to be kind of aggro, so if I just play a more defensive, laid-back style. Honestly, ByuN can also just turtle up and play along anyways. Anyways, here we go. We have got ourselves game number 1 of our first best of 3 today. In the top right-hand corner, the Blue Protoss player from China. Actually just qualified into our WardiTV Korean Royale. It is Firefly. He beat out Oliveira yesterday to make it into the Korean Royale. We have new rules this season which allows for non-Korean players to play, or at least to participate in the qualifiers, and a couple of them did qualify, a couple of Chinese guys qualified. Basically, as long as Asia or Korea is your home server, we've decided to let anyone that plays on that server participate in the Korean Royale. So it's going to be 14 Koreans, well, 13 Koreans, Reynor, who's in Korea right now, and then a couple of Chinese players in that WardiTV Korean Royale. $7,000 starting up next week. We'll talk more about that later and deeper into the stream, as we have got to the top left-hand side. The red Protoss player returning from the military and starting to look good. Excited to see his game today. It is Trap. Alright, the official WTL stream is on this one, so it means we can actually jump in and just grab their camera. They've got a dedicated observer for it, so we get that underway. Probes are nibbling. And we get this all started up. Kit's coming up, Cybercore's coming through. Let's have ourselves the probes continue to move about here as we win. As we go over to the side with the power one, it's going to drop that into play. And yeah, Cybercore's coming up, gates coming through, probes are on the way out. And just have our probes nibbling other probies. Everything's pretty normal. The main thing to note right now is the difference in... I was going to say difference in gateways, but actually I just missaw that. Sorry, Trap actually does go double gate as well. His gate was just already finished. So it's 2 gates versus 2 gates. I guess the interesting part then to me is that we have seen a lot of players playing kind of 1 gate expands. Even Trap has been doing that, and Firefly. Both these players have actually, when we've watched them play in the last week or so, have been quite 1 gate, you know, quite fond of the 1 gate openings. This is Ghost River though, it's one of the smaller maps, so it's not too surprising to maybe see it actually being used as a chance to move into the double gates. Instead, it gets you a few more units out. In general, will keep you a little bit safer across the board. So you can only imagine that's a positive. As those adepts come in, they nab a probe. And they'll begin to actually move out onto the map. So they're going to go out across to the other side. Robo facility is on the way through. The gateway coming up. Stalkers and Adepts coming in. Let's have a couple Stalkers pinging their way through the Adept right now. So get some damage done. The Stalkers continue to come through. Couple of Adepts coming in. We're just going to be seeing the Robo facilities on both sides. Obviously, the Robo kind of in base on both players. Well, I mean, Fireflies is on the natural, but the idea of it being at home, it shouldn't really get too terrifying. It really comes down, I guess, if someone loses a fight, but it's not like one player's proxy to Robo, so that Robo is going to be forever exposed and potentially something that could be jumped on. Seeing a few Adepts getting back up that ramp, another Adept warping in. It's a full wall off from Firefly. It's a little bit awkward, right? Because then he kind of needs this warp prism to be able to do much. Yo, if he can't push back these Stalkers right now, he's going to lose power to the Robo. That means no Immortal production or anything. The Stalker started back away. Trap with the Robo of his own has been busy, and he is going to be reinforcing here in a sec as he continues to fight. Remember those sentries? They do pack a little bit more of a punch against shields now, and force fields come down. I think Trap was being a little greedy, kind of sticking around as much as he did. I kind of expected him to truly just be backing away, but he turned around to get a few more shots off. Force fields came down, and now we're actually getting chased as well. Trap's Prism is trying to show up. It's a little bit too late, and Firefly is realizing the opportunity he has to play cleanup. Now Trap is going to take his Prism and go toward the main base, where, to be fair, there's not going to be many units just yet, but a couple more Stalkers warp in. Now this Prism is in a ton of trouble, and it looks as though this is all going wrong for Trap in somewhat of a mirrored situation. Trap was just trying to be the aggressor, and he really is the one that gets caught off guard. His final few Stalkers should not be able to do much. He's going to just dive them in for a couple of probes, but even that is not ideal given the circumstances. Yeah, we can even micro the probe into the Prism to save it there as well. That works too. Cute play all across the board on the side of Firefly. And he is going to come out of this with a pretty astounding advantage. Knocking the Prism down is big because it means that you do not have to rebuild a Prism. That's a lot of minerals your opponent would have to spend when you're on one base. And it also eats into the Robo facility production time, which obviously you'd rather keep on building Immortals with. What I don't love for Firefly is he's coming across the map and he's just sitting on one Immortal. There is going to be a second from Trap. I don't think it's going to be okay for Trap, though, because as long as Trap doesn't have a Prism, he does not have the micro to keep a lot of those units alive. So I can only imagine that would likely be a problem as Force Field comes in. Units are going to be kept on the ramp. The battery was allowed to finish there from Trap, but it obviously doesn't do much. That one Stalker low ground going to get killed off as well. That's a full wall off still. I don't think Trap ever truly noted that, so those Adepts will not be able to do anything on the other side. The Adept shade in here, and the Immortals are just not good against Adepts. This is where having the Prism could have saved the Immortal from this Adept hug of death. Obviously, that did not happen, and that is going to be Firefly taking game number 1 in this PvP. I just realized I have the ESL logo on in game, so I'm just going to quickly fix that. See, this is not an ESL event. We're just casting some ESL Open Cup stuff yesterday. This is Kung Fu Cup. It's run by the same guys that run the World Team League. So it's almost very cool as we get Oceanborn setting up here for game number 2. And from here, at least obviously game to game, we should be able to go a little bit more smoothly, a little bit more quickly between these matches, go from one to the next. Excited to see what other matches we end up in. There's not really any results on the bracket yet. Not surprised. We're very early on in the day still. I would love to maybe catch Harstem Bunny next round if Harstem survives against his Chinese opponent. I actually think that's the one that's really caught my eye more than anything else. Harstem is streaming his point of view on Twitch as well, so we could maybe see where he's at and have a look at that as well. Alright, we are going in-game. Game number 2, and in the bottom right-hand side, pretty comfortable in what was a mirrored set of build orders, more or less. It is Firefly. We'll see how he handles Trap in this game number 2. Trap, our red Protoss, top left-hand corner, looking to bring it back here. Fresh back from the military. Can he make it happen? I'd love to see Trap keep on winning some games. Like I say, he played good games. He played good series against Stats recently. He played good, not Stats, against Hero, against Classic. The potential is there. Obviously, just a lot of finessing to be done so far, I would say. A lot of finesse to be brought to the table as that probe comes up the ramp. Is going to drop in a gateway. That's the gateway on both sides of the map. Similarly comes up as well. Probes on the way. There's a second gas coming through on the side of Trap also. So that's already a little difference here as Firefly is a little bit slower. Take gas number 2. That probably means we are going to see the 1 gate. So yeah, a little different here from Firefly. Trap with 2 gateways, 2 gases. Ready to be a little bit more teched up a little bit sooner. And Firefly will just drop the Cybercore with 1 gate. Again, typically this means that you're just going to get sentries out. You go from the sentries into that expansion. You kind of just play from there with the sentries to give you a lot of the information because they can hallucinate. That hallucination scout can be very potent and very powerful, so definitely expect that to be a factor. As that probe chases the other probe around, Cybercore's coming up on both sides. Missile coming through, another probe on the way, a couple pylons on both sides as well. And the probe will continue to chase the other probe. Just going to run that one around in circles for the moment. Run, probey, run! He declares as the probe gets punched back. And the Zealot able to push back on that as well. So good defense all around. We have a couple more Adepts still being brought up into play here from Traps. Getting those Adepts up and running. The Stargate coming through as well. Sentry, Warp Gate, all on the way. As you have just a Nexus dropping down on that 3rd base. That's not a 3rd base, that's a natural base. Go, okay, numbers, base counts, not easy today, guys. Yeah. It's early, okay? It's only just past midday. 40 brain still turning on a little bit. And Trap going to go Stargate as well. So really, Trap going to be behind on workers, behind economically, but will have all the tech in the world to try and make something happen. He's going to have potential Adept harass. He's going to have the possible Oracle harass. These are all things he will absolutely have to lean into here to just try and ensure that he does something. The low ground full wall off coming up now to try and block these Adepts from finding anything. I mean, the Adepts can kind of hit at the wall a little bit, pick away that pylon that's coming up as part of it. Obviously, sentries do not take as much damage to Adepts, and that's why these sentry openers are so much better now. Because they don't take as much damage to Adepts, so they don't just get to kind of... It used to be 4 Adept shots would kill a sentry, so 4 Adepts with 1 shot, 2 Adepts with 2 shots. We don't really get that as much anymore, as the hallucination heads to the upper left-hand side. A couple of Adepts going to continue back onto this pylon. So pylon taking an extra few hits. I mean, like I said, that's the negative of the wall off, and once that pylon goes down, you will be able to shade the Adepts through. That's why the probe is in position on the high ground of the main. Oracle will likely have to hit the main base. He already knows there's a battery on the natural, so it doesn't make sense to try and deal damage here. As we are going to fly the Oracle in. I believe most of the units actually went towards the main base to try and defend this. The sentries will absolutely blast an Oracle. I don't think Trap was quite expecting the sentries to be as good as they were. 1 probe killed, and that will be it. Second Oracle moving across. But that first Oracle hurting is going to have a big target painted on its back where you can just say, hey, that Oracle is low. That's going to be a snipeable target. That's 100% something you're going to be aiming for as Firefly now if those Oracles try to come back in. And to be fair, all said and done, probe count, dead even, 31 apiece. Blink timing, dead even. I actually like this kind of a lot for Trap, simply for the fact he still has the 2 Oracles on the map to potentially deal damage. Firefly's advantage is, what, a couple of extra ground units, which I think he's going to struggle to really kind of get into play, as those Adepts do shade in. They're going to go for 2 workers, still Stalkers in the main, though. These Oracles will not find a chance to capitalize on the Adept pressure. But 3 more workers, and Trap does take the edge off of it. Considering the fact that given time, the Adepts mean less and less, right? Over time, the Adepts matter less and less and less here. It's just kind of makes sense to use them now and get 3 probes. The earlier you do damage, the better off it tends to be as well. So I'm honestly okay with Trap's decision there. As you can see, he's setting up to take a 3rd, match his opponent in that regard. He's got the money for it. Hallucination gets denied just before we put it down. Although, obviously, he did still see that the, the probe was there ready to build it. So, it keeps a little bit of the mind game in action. Another hallucination sets out. Up the right side is, I guess, checking to see if the Oracles are in that direction. We'll find them in a moment. So the hallucination is going to tell you. Ooh, the hallucination actually turned before the Oracles. Might not have seen him. Yeah, hallucination was just trying to tell you as much as possible. As we have the hallucination. Just going to chase these Oracles away. Stalkers on the map. I mean, Trap does not have an army supply lead, and he has also got the 2 Oracles as part of that army supply, so he definitely doesn't have the larger army here. As he moves up, he will just try and get a sentry and then blink away. I was going to say, I kind of like that part of it, but then when your opponent has blink, okay, I'm jiving with this now, because now we get the Oracles in. This was actually alright. I actually like this a lot. 4 probes go down. Okay, he lost a couple Stalkers, but because the Blink came in to chase those Stalkers, it opened the doorway for the Oracles to come through, and those Oracles were able to get a few probes, so... yeah, I mean, how many Stalkers did we lose as Trap, I guess the question. Just the one, honestly? I know one Oracle died as well, but I still kind of like it. I don't think it was, like, terrible for Firefly. I don't think it was, like, super amazing for Trap. But it could have been... I saw this maybe just being a disastrous kind of Blink in, didn't work, you lose a Stalker or two on the way out. He made something of the situation. He saw the opportunity to get the Oracles in there and really tried to get some damage with them as Firefly, for the first time, kind of looking a little bit, I don't want to say unsure on the defense because he still pushed it back without taking devastating damage, but this is the first time he was really caught out. Before now, he's really good at always having units in position, not being dragged out of the way to let the Oracles in or anything along those lines. So that's really cool to see as +1 attack and charge continue in from both sides. The extra gateways are coming up, the robotics facility coming through as well on both sides of this. The pylons will also produce from Trap at the moment as a couple extra gates continue by. The Stalkers are still coming up, and we will see a Nexus and a pylon going down onto the 4th base. So that is just going to be the 4th coming through onto the bottom. The Trap is going to match him with that 4th base of his own. We head into a mass amount of gateways, a lot of units on the way up. The upgrades are fairly even. They're going to ping pong, you know, one guy warps in, takes a supply lead, the other guy warps in, takes a supply lead back. It's going to just be a pretty darn even game here. 7.5 minutes through on Oceanborn Game 2 of our opening series today. Excited to see what the next chapter has in store for us, because it is obviously going to be very gateway-centric. I think the big difference right now... No, I actually didn't realize Trap had built the Robo already. I saw the Robo come up from Firefly. I thought Trap was skipping it in favor of the faster gates. Then yeah, big difference is kind of 2 more gates already from Trap, so he's actually better set up, a little bit faster +2. Trap in general maybe all around in a better spot. He is down a few workers as the 4th base gets saturated from Firefly. He's a little bit quicker to get a few more workers on there, so a slight economy boost for our Chinese Protoss. As the few Stalkers holding the high ground are obviously very good. Push those Stalkers to Trap away. It's kind of the difficulty on Oceanborn. If you want to move into that 3/4 base location, you've got to move that up that high ground with that narrow choke point, and a lot of people will have success just holding that high ground spot. Trap is thinking about the possibility of trying to break up there. If you break up here, or you try to, you need the Zealots to charge up. The Stalkers probably blink across, but also to the sides so they don't block the Zealots. It's going to be a combination that isn't super easily found. Zealot Stalker Sentry still through the center. Hallucination pops out over to the far right-hand side, and the Oracle will just tap a cheeky little Revelation onto those few Stalkers in the front, so keeping their eyes out over there. 4 additional gateways coming down from Firefly, so we get 4 more gates coming up. The Stalker's still blinking through, the Oracle getting chased away. It's going to happen very comfortably. Nice to still have the Oracle. This is why having 1 Oracle kept alive is great, because you still have the possibility to Revelate and so on. Darkshrine finishes with Firefly. I mean, Trap has built Obs, he's building cannons. I think the preparation is going to be fine. Oh, I didn't realize Trap lost an Observer too. My bad. So he actually lost an Obs too, so he only has 1 Observer, but kind of looking okay otherwise. There's a couple of Zealots here. Another Revelation comes down. Shadow Stride starts. No DTs yet. Obviously, you might just want to save those DTs until you have Shadow Stride. The ability to come in with blinking DTs, getting them on top is huge. We'll see what the Prism does. If it drops a few Zealots in the natural and then goes and warps into the main base, he will get the Scout on the Dark Shrine, and that would be a big deal as well. He's actually just going to go directly into the main base. Feels like this is the position to play in. Love the DT warp in. That's going to be great defensively because there's no Observer here. However, it might tell Trap that the DTs are around and about, so yeah, can be a little bit more cautious about it all as he blinks forwards here, getting the Zealots to lead the charge. Just, again, missing the detection that's available. I guess the Oracle is nearby enough to kind of fly through and to drop a Revelation down if at all necessary, so that does exist. There is an option for detection, even if it isn't immediately apparent. The Oracle was just hanging back so it didn't get sniped, I believe. +3 attack. Armor upgrade number 2 on the way from Trap, so that's again an upgrade lead that Trap continues to maintain in this game. And I kind of like this. Trap says, okay, you know what, your defense is looking good, you deflected the Prism. He's not afraid to just drop down the Robo base. So many players lately in these PvPs have gotten caught up on this Zealot Stalker phase of the game, and we see it last an extremely long time. I think the fact that he's out on the map applying pressure scares Firefly a little bit, and it's maybe enough for him to get away with going into those disruptors. The first time you're trying to build disruptors is always going to be scary, but it's happening at a point where your opponents build nothing but units, and they could, in theory, just outmass you. So I think it's very, very good that we see Trap just kind of taking that chance to go disruptors, because I actually think he does have the opening to get there. These DTs run past a wall of cannons there. There's one cannon only on this third base. The observer nearby. Trap should be able to handle this. A couple of observers nearby, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem as the static defense coming online at the front. And the first disruptors are indeed on the way out. Firefly is realizing as well that Trap is not maintaining the pressure. So he's saying, okay, if you're not maintaining the pressure, I think I can get up to disruptors. So you're seeing kind of both players come to the same conclusion, just a slightly different timings as the game state on the middle of the map develops a little bit. Probes pull over to that left-hand side. Zealots, Stalkers coming through, knocking Observer down. We continue our way forwards here as another Obs gets taken out. Zealot Stalker is still moving around the upper right-hand side. Critic Boosters on the way, by the way, so that Observer speed is actually a really nice upgrade considering you're playing against DTs. I was going to say, I didn't actually hate the Disruptor attempt onto the static defense to protect it. It just kind of missed, it got blocked out, and only the single pylon there going down means that all that static defense is depowered. However, Trap with a good army supply coming across the map and looking to make something of this. Needs to just keep his Observer alive during this. If he wants to take a successful fight, that would be very important. Super Battery active. Probably going to delay Trap a little bit too much. The Zealots charge in. Don't love that. Would have rather seen those Zealots obviously just, well, pulled back because they didn't really gain anything here. As you do play full cleanup on the Dark Templar, though. So Trap's defense has been pretty darn respectable in that regard. If nothing else, that is a big bonus, as we do see. Another pylon going down. Our Stalker still firing away. Disruptor shot. Ooh, actually catches some of the Stalkers that did not blink, and there's the bonus right now of Trap. He's on 4 Disruptors to the 2. Of course, that's an advantage, but Disruptors can swing in a moment, and you know what? He just left them all in the front, but he missed target! We hit the other Disruptor. He didn't fully kill the one that was firing into the center. I think Firefly thought he'd already had it. That's why he just stood there. That's a little bit of a misplay from Firefly. The dive in was fine. He absolutely had the damage output to do what he needed to. As these Stalkers come in, they're going to kill the Disruptors around that side as well. A lot more Stalkers still warping in here. More Disruptors popping back. The +1 air weapons also coming through. That will finish here in just a couple of seconds. So we got that +1 air weapons completed. And Stalkers continue to come into that bottom side base. Firefly actually moved up. I feel like we've lost our Observer for a second. Maybe click off of that, my bad. Firefly moved up, but that means that Trap can pull back and deal with this, and the Zealots that get into the front lines are such a big deal. Zealots are so tanky. The Disruptor, though, kind of just rallies in. One mistake there from Trap as he gets a huge warp in his Zealots. He will be able to shoot his opponent's Prism down here, which means reinforcements are going to be slow to come. DT going down, the Observer count staying good. All these DTs that will die is a huge deal as well. It's a lot of money invested from Firefly that's just getting picked off by this army without doing too much. Going forward again, Disruptors are still held back. Another Disruptor shot coming through. The Stalkers do manage to blink it out of there. Again, Dark Shrine coming up to being about halfway done. We move forward once more. Disruptor going to get jumped on though. That will die. And all of our Stalkers continue into this, and we just see so many of them continue to trade well. Trap definitely maintaining the supply lead. He just finished up a shield upgrade, so all of his units will have that little bit of a bonus as well, where his shields are a little tankier than they would have been otherwise. So the battery activated, goes down immediately. That's a bit of a waste. We have this Disruptor shot that I don't think is going to land. We blink forward, we get rid of it. Now Trap's own Disruptors are coming in as well, so his reinforcements getting here, this time not misrallied into the front lines of his opponent. And he will be able to use these to keep zoning those Stalkers out off to the side. The Stalker count is already taking a beating. He did kind of split the army here a little bit because there was some Zealots and DTs getting active. I believe, yeah, that was a faster Disruptor shot from Firefly, so he gets the kill. That's a nice little bonus, but he's losing this base. That means Trap will maintain a base advantage. You do see Firefly with an expansion back over the right-hand side, getting that set up for a few more Stalkers coming in again there. Firefly warping those through. And 8 more Stalkers warping in from Trap. Disruptor shots firing up on both sides. Just gonna see our Stalkers continue to come about. Knock down both of those cannons. We just have ourselves a couple of gateways getting knocked through as well. Another Disruptor trying to go for the Stalkers. I'm just going to say GG. He's lost a little bit too much, cannot keep up with it all. And that is going to be Trap taking game 2 of this best of 3. So we're tied up. We're going to go to a third game. Ellie is barking. I'm just wondering if she needs me to go tell her to stop, or if she's just going to stop herself. Just going to wait for the game to get hosted, guys, and we'll hop into game 3. I'll just quickly go double check what Ellie's barking for. Likes to bark at people out the window. As, yeah, game number 3 coming up here in just a second. Game is continuing. Just waiting for them to host, guys. I'm not sure what the delay is. Some updates in the bracket. Nightmare took out Triple. Hero took out Lunacy. Ryung took out Rebellion. Geralt took out DNS. A lot of the expectations so far. Nothing too crazy. Ellie stopped barking, so I don't think we need to go chase her down. We can just sit here and get into the game. As we'll move into this in a couple of moments. Get this one underway, guys. As the action continues here on the Kung Fu Cup. We head straight in. But game 3 has been a fun series so far. PvP definitely delivering a little bit early on now. Good to see. I know it's PvP, but honestly, I've been really enjoying watching. Yeah. Really enjoyed watching Trap. He has just been fun to see, kind of come back, actually looking really good in his return. Been a really cool, cool process so far. And a lot of people very happy to see Trap back as well, which is awesome to see. See, I didn't realize it had been so long since Trap had left us that his military was already done. That was honestly a shocker on my side. As we head into the top left-hand corner with the blue Protoss player Firefly, unable to take Trap down in the longer game. Shows you just how well-rounded Trap currently is. I think this has been like a consistent problem for Trap so far. Where... yeah. Basically for me, as Trap is the red Protoss bottom right, he kind of looks actually pretty good the longer the game goes. He just struggles to get to the longer game without taking a lot of damage. That was very true in a lot of the other games we've seen of him, which is kind of funny. You'd kind of expect, you know, guys coming back to maybe be a bit rough around the edges the longer the game goes, but I actually feel like Trap is still better the longer the game goes. He just needs to kind of zone in on kind of defending early and just keeping himself alive and keeping himself in a good position to begin with and kind of working from there, you know? Double gates coming down, assimilators coming up. We have ourselves setup coming through. Again, a couple of gates just finishing. Our probes coming about. One probe up to the top side. With the double gateways on the way again. It's interesting because Firefly was surprised when he came back. He was doing a lot of the one gate sentry stuff, but he is really playing the double gateways here against Firefly. So Trap is not kind of going for that. And also, yeah, Firefly has also been the kind of guy who's done a lot of the one gatey stuff. So he's also done a lot of the one gate things. Interesting that they're both kind of very 2-gate heavy in this series. Is what I'm getting at, as my brain kind of stalls out making more of a point of it. as I really like deliberating, like, well, you know, is it because of this or that? And I was just thinking to myself a second, I was like, honestly, they may just both feel as though they're both dangerous, and it's tough to kind of expand off the one gateway. Because even though you can one gate expand, it's still tough to defend some of the timings that can come your way, some of the one bases that can show up as, you know, in opposition to that, so it's definitely worth looking into. Well, Stalker's gonna nibble up. You take some shots here. Firefly able to catch Trap. Again, just kind of in the forward position. Force fields, and that is a dead Stalker. That was 1 for 2, so it wasn't terrible for Trap. Could have been a lot worse. As we now have a difference in tech structures. Twilight versus Robo. Robo from Firefly, Trap playing the Twilight Council, so he'll play into the Blink, and what is typically here the more mobile, kind of agile solution to PvP. The Robo from Firefly is typically going to be the more kind of stalwart, kind of stand strong and just take the hits kind of style. A couple sentries in the Stalker still set up. Obviously, both sides will have sentries, so force fields available. And Trap very quick to the forge, so you'll have a very fast +1. And that's great in the future. See how much of a factor it becomes. Again, that Blink is ticking along. Just getting started. Obviously, first Immortal pops. We will see if Firefly, I was going to say get a Prism. I wonder if Firefly gets very aggressive. I wonder if Firefly has an idea here of kind of just sending this across the map. Because with Immortal out, you will always have quite a bit of power on your pushes. And you're going to have triple sentry to force field with and to kind of trap some units into range of that Immortal as well. So I think those things are quite potent. Yeah, quite a lot of potential as the Stalkers come in. That's going to be a dead hallucination. Observer's still coming about. That will finish soon. A few more probes coming in as well. We get some Stalkers warping in from Trap also. Prism just makes its way all the way down the right-hand side. Well, we have the Stalkers in position. Do not lose that Prism. The last thing you want to do is have the Prism get shot down, lose that Immortal. That would be disastrous. Adepts going to see the third base as Trap is matching the third base production, and these Adepts did not necessarily need to go into the main. They could have hit the natural there. The units would have taken a little bit to maybe come over to the left side, but the problem with Adept Shades is, of course, their vision. It makes it more difficult to just pick up the info of where those units are at and to make the right call in terms of where you should go with the Adept Shades. That's actually a pretty important change to the Adept Shades. The vision change made it way more difficult to decide when and where those Adepts are meant to be for the best. It's two good force fields. Those Adepts getting caught, one of them going down, so that's finally a catch from Firefly. But Trap, with Blink on the map, I believe his sentries are coming as well, which is kind of a surprise to me. I think those are all trailing behind on the minimap. Yes, he's going to bring his sentries, one per Adept in the main. It's a shame then that wasn't the double. We do have force fields, and we've already blinked, so those Stalkers in some trouble. We will run to the sides. What can we do? And we save them, honestly, not bad. The fact that all those force fields went down, you only lost one Stalker out of it is genuinely pretty darn okay for you. There's a few more gateways come down here from Trap. Get those place 6 gates coming up, though, for the Firefly, so he's going to be pounding through on the numbers very shortly. I think Trap is going to be matching him. You can see him starting to get extra gates coming as well. They're both on the way to charge. Firefly a little bit sooner to charge because he's completely bypassing Blink. So no Blink can actually be dangerous deeper in the game. I'd be kind of surprised to see no Blink at all at any point. But I guess if he wants to drop a Temple Archives now, he can just spend his gas on Archons and just fully play a Charged Immortal Archon. Maybe super deep in the game he gets Blink. Charged Immortal Archon actually does have a rough time against Disruptors, but should be able to apply the pressure enough that getting to Disruptors is very difficult on the defender's side. So that's kind of the complication that we see at the moment, as the Prism gets a few more warp-ins to the center. Hallucination keeping an eye on stuff. Stalkers and sentries gather towards the front of that fourth base. +2 attack is coming up. Charges on the way. Mortals take a few moments to go whacking. As we do have our moments coming through, and we have ourselves the Blink and the +2 all coming up. Zeld's going to start firing away. These Immortals are going to leech forwards. Can Trap have the firepower to deal with this? The problem is the Immortals more than anything else. He's very close to having +2, which would be lovely for the fight. Kind of needs his Zealots to survive long enough. Oh, it's going to be tough. He needs Zealots to get on top of those Immortals. The Adept Gonna force some warp-ins back on the other side, but Firefly's army supply is 58 to 23. Mortals just keep on powering through, and probes are gonna pull, but probes into zealots is never a pretty sight. Don't think the stalker count is good enough to justify kind of jumping on the Immortals. I love this idea of getting the Prism. Denying warp-ins is probably one of the only ways to be able to do anything here. GG called. You know what? Firefly wins the WardiTV series, but again, Trap is showing the potential that if he's going to keep at this and keep on practicing, I could absolutely see him becoming, you know, a solid contender once again in the StarCraft 2 scene, which is amazing to see. Hostum up to. Hostum's in game, playing against the Zerg, so he's playing that series. Who's the Hostum's actual opponent? I actually don't know. Firefly will advance to play Coffee Guys. That was not one I was necessarily kind of rushing to see. I wonder if I can find out who Hostum's opponent is if I copy paste their name into Wikipedia or something. I would like to see Hostum Bunny. Oh, it's nope, there's someone that just literally does not have a Wikipedia page. I think Hostum's winning though. Trying to see what other matches are setting up. What's this lobby for? Oh, that's the Oliveira lobby. Who's Oliveira playing? Ryung? Oh no, we'll not go TVT. Yeah, we don't want to go TVT. That's a step too far. We're not gonna make you guys watch PvP into TVT. That doesn't make sense. Okay. We'll just wait a couple seconds. I guess I think maybe Hostum. Okay, apparently it's 1-1 in the Hostum match. I'm gonna ask chat if Hostum's winning and see what chat think. Ask Hostum's chat, try to figure out. He's getting attacked on all sides. Oh my god, is he in trouble? Someone's like, not really. Alright, so Hostum's game's going on. That was kind of my plan for round 2. What else could we go into? I don't want to do Oliver Ryung. I want to stay away from the TVT. DRG Classic. Oh, DRG Classic could be fun. Some ZVP, guys. It's either DRG Classic or we wait for Hostum to finish with his current opponent and see if he wins. That's the thing. Hostum's not really guaranteed to take this. Yeah, apparently Hostum's not doing so hot. So I think we will maybe go Classic DRG. DRG played a great series against Bunny yesterday in the qualifying matches of the WardiTV Korean Royale. So, yeah, maybe let's go Classic DRG. I'll keep an eye on both Classic and DRG. Do I have any of them of my friends? Let's know. Cool, so we'll go Classic DRG, some PvZ as our second round matchup. I think that makes sense in the end. I would love to catch some Hostum, maybe we can later, but apparently he's not doing so hot. The last thing I want to do is to wait for Hostum and then him lose, and then we don't have Hostum, you know, so... Yeah, we'll see. Alright, we'll just wait for Classic or DRG to respond to us. Again, hope everyone is doing great today. Thank you so much for joining us. Do. Yo, Zergy L. Dropping the 10 gifted subs while we wait for this next series. Sorry, I was just checking in on a couple things. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Going out to Osuevo, Garlic Beats, Pink Assassin, Geeb, Garvarino, Zarom, Magic Missile, Atilam, Scarlet Shadow, and Guilty Obi-Wan. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much for my 10 gifted, mate. Good day to you. Good day, everyone. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do, 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 do. Alright, Classic just hosted up the lobby, so he's just going to drop us the invite. We'll get into this, guys. Thanks for a little bit of patience. Again, we are live on Twitch and YouTube today. Isn't that amazing? The multi-stream is real. New Wardy Internet is a new thing. Classic invites me and then he just says hi to me after. Thank you, Classic. Alrighty, we're going to fire up into this next one. Go, go, yo. So it's going to be some PvZ. We're going to get this one underway, guys. Classic DRG PvZ action. Pretty fun matchup for round 2 of the Kung Fu Cup. Especially if DRG is playing well. Let's dive on in. As we have got to the top right-hand side of the map, our red Protoss player. This is Classic. Up against the blue Zerg in the bottom left-hand corner, DRG. Game number 1 of this best of 3 gets underway with the final dropping down to the low ground. And Classic, a player who is not afraid to play the mix-ups in PvZ. Classic missed out on GSL this season. I feel like that was such a heartbreak because he's very good. Just consistency is an issue. We got a gateway coming up, probe, and a few more drones coming out on the other side. The overlord of DRG heading to the upper right. So DRG off and away. So away we go. The probe heading back down the bottom left. Again, getting the gas coming through, the probe coming about, a couple of drones all on the way with the hatchery coming in from DRG, of course. Nothing too exciting, it's early game PvZ. The probe doesn't come in time to block the hatchery, so that gets to go down on location, on the natural, no push towards a third. This map does get interesting, though, because you do have the possibility of that rich Vespene in the forward location. There's also going to be, you know, do you take out these minerals and expand upwards, or are you happy playing the middle of the map? As a Protoss, you're kind of happy just kind of letting this map be kind of probably mine out here and then take this space, but generally you just want to kind of push through the center. So if the Zerg can kind of take a third over here, it can be hard for the Protoss to push onto that without opening the map up more, which then the Zerg player does like. Overview of DRG, still heading to the upper right-hand side. Cybercore, Nexus, Probe, all coming up. We do have ourselves the drone, pool, and the hatch continue to come in. Couple drones just popping out. Get ourselves the overlord of DRG hanging around in the natural still. Nexus coming up, Probe and the Adept on the way out. Link speed is still building on the pool. And yeah, our Overlord obviously just providing vision. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. Side Classic's not afraid to mix it up. Twilight Council is going to be on the way in the main base. Again, the Twilight Council up, going to give you access to the glaives. A couple extra probes, and the Stalker and the Warp Gate all continue through as well. Link speed is about halfway done. A couple more queens, a couple more drones, everything being built. And there's the robot facility as well. The big thing here is that glaive's coming up in Classic's timing, and what DRG will do about it. DRG does go for the forward base, so that means he's more separated from his bases than... Not even more separated, but just this forward position you're easier to or quicker to get to as the Protoss. So that's going to be a good point for Classic going into this. Being able to push into this forward position more easily will be big for him as the Overlord gets pushed away. That will get hidden up on the high ground. So yeah, 3 more gateways, glaives on the way. DRG currently unaware about it. The only thing DRG does know is that he's not seen an Oracle, right? There's our robot facility. It's going to be done, and the glaives is on the way. And it's all ticking together. It's all coming together right now as we have the Adept and the Stalker going to join in. TRG needs to start building a rotor in like the next 10 to 15 seconds. If he doesn't get one going by 4:15... Yeah, Baneling Nest is not really it. The problem with the Baneling Nest is when you have the Prism and 4-gate glaives, you use up your Banelings defending Wave 1, and then you have no Banelings to defend Wave 2. It's very difficult to reinforce the Banes, so... See a few more Debs getting warped in. The Baneling Nest is halfway through. Lings, couple Queens, all building up. Hatchery in the front. I mean, at least Lings are on the way from DRG. He is getting units, so that's a good step in the right direction. These Adepts are already coming across the map, and we need to basically instantly morph Banes. Adepts is going to come about, going to start shading through. The Banes will start morphing in. The Queens are going to be here. The Adepts get turned around. They will cancel that shade into the natural, so they will not commit through there for the moment. I mean, this is okay. You can keep units moving about. The last thing you want to do, though, is shade those Adepts onto the Banelings as the Banes start to run to the front. Adepts will cancel that shade again. They'll go running. The Banes don't want to run to the Adepts because then the Adepts can actually just target fire them down. Prism trying to set up into the main base. There's a Queen that will get a few more shots on said Prism, and Prism taking some hits. Oh, the Bane's actually connecting, though, and now the Adepts commit to the shade and they get caught. Queens continue to fight. Prism taking a few more shots. Well, this was not really ideal from Classic. DRG actually gets a pretty good defense. The only issue for DRG is drone count's kind of low, so he's building up on that now. Classic is setting up for the Immortals. The follow-up attack, as you add extra gateways as well. There's no intention of a third base here. Classic is going to keep this very, very aggressive. So he is very clearly in the know of, as to what he would like to do. Queen's going to fire up. Prism will take a few more shots. Adept's taking some damage. Queens get there, we play cleanup, a few more roaches popping out, Overlord's on the way. More Adepts building as well with the Sentry also coming through. And Mortal also producing on 5 for the moment as Arling Bane continues out into the center. A bunch more roaches coming through here. The Overlords are still building, Creep Team is on the way. A lot of roaches. Obviously, that's what you need right now because it stops any sort of attack from Classic from being too successful. Do you have force fields available? They're going to be a major part of this. If you can force field the Banes away, get the Adepts to fight the Lings, the Immortals survive to see the roaches. There's a way that Classic's push can still work out, but I'm afraid he's just going to get completely outclassed numbers-wise. That first push just did not really pack the damage he wanted it to. Those first Banelings are scary. They're going to connect onto the Adepts, so the force field slowed them down but didn't do too much overall. The Lings wanted to come around the side. There's a couple of Banelings left over still. We're actually morphing a few more in as we move down the ramp here as DRG. So now he's ready to come wrap around this army. The Lings should be coming in from the bottom side. That's exactly what they will do as they look for the wrap. They look for the kill here as they move onto this. And, well, Classic gets the Prism in the back where he can warp in some more Adepts. These Immortals are lasting a very long time. This was a very good fight from Classic. He actually survives through this. All of the Lings went down. Wow. Classic just going to finish that Rich Vespine from the low ground here, but that was a very good fight for our Protoss player. He does survive in a position where it honestly seemed like it was going to be quite troubling for him. Some sentries now going to jump onto this Overlord, and we push our way around the right. Classic army supply is now kind of even, so he's in a way better spot than he was before. Can Classic come through and finish up? We're going to knock down a Baneling there. A couple more Banes coming about. The other Banes coming in. Force fields will drop. Great force field's going to completely block the Banelings. As the the Crows of Baal pops the force field, but the Banelings get force fielded again, so they all get killed and able to connect. Great control in this fight from Classic, and he is gonna keep on firing through. The Prism, though, in trouble now. He knows it, though. He dodges the Baal with the Prism. That Immortal low HP is still alive. He does lose that Immortal, unfortunately. That one will not make it to see another fight as the Ravagers are going down. Those are heavy losses. It's purely Roaches in reproduction, so those two Immortals have a huge role to play. That's why it's so important that that one survived on super low HP. It's amazing. As we push on forwards, the Overlord takes another tap. The Depths coming through. Lings and a Roach continue to come about as well. Extra Lings coming by. Our Ravagers are building. Queens getting set also here as we do see more Adepts. A Sentry getting warped in. Classic ready to go. Army supply is still okay for DRG. I think it's actually a huge deal. Oh, it's actually nice popping the barrier on an Immortal. A huge deal he got rid of one of the Immortals at the very least, because if this was still triple Immortal, you're so Roach focused right now, you'd have a very bad time. Sentries and the Devs continue through. Banelings will get cleaned up. A couple of Corrosive Vials coming in. The Devs will continue to fight. Immortals will fire through. The Banelings still connecting on by. As we have got the other Banes continuing to crash on through into this. The Lings show up from the other side. Do we have enough Adepts left to fight the Lings? We need to save the Immortal. We do not. The Prism couldn't get there in time, and the Ling Flood is going to be able to clean up. Classic's army is dealt with, and DRG finally gets the hold he's been looking for. It took a little while, but he got it. Prism comes back over. Ravager will take a few more shots. Mortal Chrono boosting on the Robo facility. The rest of the Lings still gathering in the front here. Extra drones on the way out. Roaches and Lings still building. And Classic has one Immortal trying to micro on the other side of the map. This is just not making it happen anymore. It got very close, though. It really felt like Classic had actually gotten to the point where he was able to break through, but just not good enough in the end. The Lings, the Roaches, the Ravagers are going to make their way around the right-hand side. Force fields have to come down here protecting. They're going to knock down these rocks and just open the pathway to this third base, which is actually a huge pathway into the natural as well. It's the best position we could probably go from right now. So that's exactly what we will try and do. Lings, Roaches, Ravagers. Knocking down these rocks. I mean, even more rocks over here. We're going to be able to potentially set up a pincer move onto this army. Basically, the faster you can get him to spend the force fields, the better off you're going to be. A lot more Lings coming about. The Banes and the Queen coming through. This army settles in on that right-hand side. Ready to make a couple of moments push. The force fields, obviously Corrosive Vials will help against those. A few Banes actually sneaking through, even around the force fields, and they get to connect to splash the Adepts a little bit. This is not an exciting fight because it's an overwhelming fight. DRG has so much stuff. Doesn't matter what you do here as Classic. This is not a situation that gets saved in any way, shape, or form. GG's, and DRG is going to take game one of the best of 3. So DRG gets to open with a map of victory. Lovely stuff for him. We'll see how he does going into game 2 of this in a couple moments' time. Yeah, that's ready to go. As Kung Fu Panda Cup. Yeah, I don't know why they call it the Kung Fu Cup, actually. This tournament's had this name. It wasn't quite this format all the time, but the Kung Fu Cup has been the name of an event for a long time, so very interesting. As Classic throws us an invite over for game number 2. We'll get into our second map here in just a couple of moments. Classic and DRG, 2 players you will see participating in the WardiTV Korean Royale Season 3, starting up next week on Tuesday. You can expect to see players such as ByuN, Kua, Gumiho, Dark, Reynor, Classic, DRG obviously, bunch of good pros players like Hero as well. It's going to be a good time, guys. Hero, Classic, Creator, all playing Nightmare's been looking hot lately. So you can catch all of that from the WardiTV Korean Royale live next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I actually believe we have 4 days of Korean Royale in a row next week. We have at the top right side. Yeah, for game number 2, look forward to that next week. But right now, we've got this Kung Fu Cup action. The red Protoss player in the top right of Ghost River is Classic. And in the top left, our blue Zerg, it's going to be DRG. Do you have a Royale command? What are you looking for? Just the Wikipedia link? I can give you a Wikipedia link. There you go. Put that there just in case anyone's interested. Because we're going to talk about it. People can check it out. Awesome. Alright, game number 2. Ghost River. Small map, honestly another aggressive map. Could be the kind of map you would play Twilight Council on, although I don't know if we play Twilight Council after losing out with it the first time around. Over heading to the upper right, next coming through, probes on the way. Catching the drone coming about here, that spawning pool will get going. Everything looking cozy. Just for the first few moments. PvZ typically is nice and cozy. How's everyone doing? How's everyone feeling today? Let's talk to chat for a couple minutes here. I don't feel like this PvZ is going to kick off into anything for a minute or two, so... How's everyone's weeks going? I am so... I said this a lot lately, I will say it again. I'm so excited to be back and streaming and casting. Because we have just been busy with so many different things going on, so many different things happening and everything. It's been difficult to just be here consistently casting and everything, so... Really nice to actually just be back on my own channel. We've got 3 weeks until Dallas. So I'm here for the next 3 weeks. Pretty much every day there's a day here or there that I'm doing a couple of things. So, but for the most part, I'd say probably 6 days a week for the next 3 weeks we're going to be live streaming. So exciting just to have a bunch of our own content coming up, our own tournament and so on. It's just really, really nice. As the Queen comes in. I'm gonna fight at the Adept. I see coming about. A couple drones are coming through the Queen building. So yeah, just good to be back. From a 1 to 10, solid 7 out of 8. Nice. That's good to hear. We love you. I love you too. Appreciate the YouTube viewership, guys. It's great to see the YouTube live streams picking up some steam straight away. I mean, I know this is only our second YouTube live stream. I want to do at least one a week. Last week, I just had ESL and stuff still going on, and Eddie wasn't here for Kung Fu Cup, so we couldn't do this. As the Queen is going to fire up, and a couple of devs still taking shots. Another Spore Crawler coming down as our hatchery is going to be finishing soon. The Lings will clear up those adepts, so that will be a pushback. Oracle, 0 kills and low HP, not ideal at all. And punched back immediately there, so that Oracle does not have a good time. And that's going to be a little bit of a shame, because now that Oracle is hurting, obviously you would have liked that to have been able to come in and really get something done for yourself. So that is a little bit of a shame. Classic not quite getting the opening he wants. I mean, 2 Adepts to 3 Lings, bunch of Oracle HP for nothing. None of this is really good. So yeah, DRG definitely to a strong start as Classic plays the second Oracle through to the left-hand side now. See if this Oracle can do anything. You'd ideally want to kind of join it up with this Oracle, but I wouldn't even hate if this Oracle just escapes right now while it can. Go home, play defense on the third, and let the other 2 Oracles, the 2 new ones that are full HP, let those stick around on the map. Because if they're full HP, they're much more difficult to take down, so you can be a little bit more aggressive with your dives. Actually use this one for attempted Stasis Ward, which I don't hate. You know, it's making something, and so far he doesn't need a defense on the third base, so I guess it doesn't matter if that Oracle is trapped there rather than being back at home, so... So far it's fine, but if there was more aggression from DRG, that could have been a cool way to, to kind of deal with it and make the most of it. Feeling's gonna nibble at the rocks. 4 extra gates coming up, +1 and blink coming through. The devs will pull back towards the top side. Queen's gonna be there to take on the Oracle. Lings will activate, gonna find these adepts. Gonna find 1, 2, 3, 4 drones already going down. Make a couple more adepts still dropping. As now the Oracles make their way across. They're gonna activate for a couple of drones. Okay, well, you know what? It obviously cost you a lot more units, but at least we're doing some damage to the drone lines. I mean, that's a benefit. Problem is, this is like 5:30 that you start to kill these workers. The later you kill these workers, the less of an impact it has on that Zerg economy. So, kind of a big deal that there's less of an impact being had there. As the Robo Facility, Temple Archives both coming up. +1 and blink. About halfway done as well. DRG continues to rattle around on the right with that group of Zerglings, the +1 missiles, and Roach Speed still building from DRG. And Stalkers are going to be in position there to turn the Lings around once again. The Oracle will come back over, chasing those Lings completely away. Classic just moves in towards Storm. This map gets very interesting because it's actually a very difficult map to attack your opponent on, so even though you've had a good start here as DRG, this does not necessarily mean all that much. It doesn't necessarily mean you can just be like, okay, now I'm going to power across the map and like hit you hard. I think this is definitely something you can still survive with. Now, so Oracle and Stalkers gather back together and get that all brought back in. Hydrogen. Gonna cancel. Ooh. Cancels and makes a drop lord. DRG actually feels like he can go on a bit more of an aggressive move. Doesn't feel like he needs this Hydrogen. Right, interested to see how aggressive DRG is about to get then, because this means he's going to be keeping on building purely roaches. +1 missiles finishing soon. Very, very intrigued. More roaches coming in, +1 missiles coming up. The Overlord speed coming through as well in the lair. We do have the Ling still making their way across over to that right-hand side, so away they go. +2 attack and charge continuing in as well. The Lings get set up. Just going to grab a couple of probes. Going to see this pylon going to get grabbed as well. Another nice little something. It's nice to be able just to take that out straight away. All these roaches are building up from DRG. Ravages too. It's going to be go time in a moment. Again, he made the conscious decision to cancel tech and to instead just send it with low tier units. Immortal count at 1. 4 High Templars with Storm, although Storm is obviously going to be still nice against roaches, but it's not going to be killing roaches. It's going to be softening them up so that the Immortals can actually grab some kills more easily. That's going to be what the Storm really does here. So Storm not quite as make or break as usual. As the Roach Ravager moves up. First, oh, that's 2 Storms already. Now, we actually do have energy for a second. No, well, only 3rd and 4th. I was going to say maybe we had energy for 1 more on each High Templar, but we don't. We're a little bit away from it. So 1 High Templar is going to get a Storm again in a moment, but I just wouldn't say we've really done much with the Storms yet. Now, a Storm right here would be amazing. Drops it down as the Ravagers decide to punch on through. DRG just coming swinging, and Super Battery is about to fade away. Extra batteries coming online. The High Templars are going to make a dive by. I don't know where they're trying to go, but they just put themselves in the line of danger. Gets another Storm before we morph the Archon. However, 2 Immortals that are fresh and new get taken down. The Archon gets Corrosive Biled. DRG quite simply just has way too much as Classic. It's so funny, when Classic's builds work, he looks so good. And then when Classic just has a rough opener, sometimes he just... It feels like he's just lost all possible momentum and chances to win. His game plan almost always relies on having a successful opening, I feel like, which is a fine way to play, but obviously when it flops hard. As Classic unable to really do much from the rough start in this one. The Roach Ravager are going to come back to the top, chase down a couple of Immortals. We're going to go for 1, we're going to go for 2. I mean, as long as we're just killing units here, we're pretty much good. Get on this natural, can actually depower the Robos. The Stasis Ward will buy you a very few seconds here, but yeah, I mean, Robos depowered. Your 7 army supply to 100. Classic, if you win this game from this, I will send you $100 just for being impressive, but it is 0 chances because he is dead. Dead. Just nothing really got going for Classic across the course of this series. Never really got anything popping for himself. Never got anything really working. GG's, and that will be that. Hey, Harstam did win his matchup, by the way, so he moves on to play Bunny. Kyo versus Yeshi going on. Geralt, ByuN. Solo waiting for Lambo or Stats. That's a fun one. Hero, Christiana, Creator, Oliveira. Lots of cool matches actually kind of setting up and getting started. And wondering what we might be able to hop into. Just going to hop around servers a little bit and see if there's anything that's beginning or starting. I mean, ByuN Geralt looks like it might be about to start. Like Stats Lambo's already in game. How about Creator Oliveira back on the oops. How about Creator Oliveira back on the Korean server? I wonder if that started already. Not sure. Yo, Jeishi's 1-1. I'm in the queue, man. Maybe Creator Oliveira, a bit of TVP action. Could be cool. Obviously, lots of different matchups happening. DRG moves on to play Nightmare, also a possibility. I like mixing up the matchups a little bit, though. So, down for that. Here in Rain Firefly could also be around a 16 if those guys finish up their series soon. That's if Firefly comes through Coffee and Here in Rain comes through Mixu. So that is obviously waiting for that to happen before anything else. So, a few moments here, guys. We'll just take a little quick couple just to figure out what we're going to go into. Like I said, maybe like to go Creator Oliveira. Actually have a party for it. I wonder if they have to wait for Jeishi Cure to be done. That is a possibility. If that's the case, that's not the worst thing in the world. Just gonna try and figure out, guys. Obviously, they have a couple. Okay, they're waiting for Cure vs Jeishi, so we're in the party. We will join them, but until then, we can actually go into Cure Jeishi because we actually have the clean feed of that. So we will just bring this up on screen. This is obviously midway through a series, as Cure was just about being aggressive over here. He actually has a lot of units. I think he believes he can probably keep it going, so he's probably going to keep on trying to move through. There's a weird background sound. Not sure what that sound is, but it's not super pretty. It looks as though Jeishi's going to defend and actually gets a medevac or two as Kyo tries to make the getaway to try and escape away. Senate Thermal Lance, Colossus, and the +1 armor upgrade all coming by at the moment. Oh my god, the sound is awful. Stats Lambo. Stats Lambo was already in game. Yeah, I checked on the NA server, and all the ones that I saw that were happening on NA were already in game and started, so I was just trying to catch something fresh. It was always good. So let's go with Colossus joining back up. We will have a 5th base coming through in the front here, so Kira trying to take Yeshi, sorry, trying to take the gold, and Kira is coming towards us. It's probably going to be a pretty quick cancel. Base goes down, Pylon taking shots. Stalker just going to chase down that right side. A couple of Vikings overhead, and again we just sit and push away on this for the moment. The cleanup happening as Kyo pulls all the way back. Kyo's army is actually kind of huge, you know? Like, it looks big. There's just so much bio to it. I tell you what, though. Medevacs are all drained of energy. So all these medevacs are low energy. That could be a big factor as well, as a few zealots work their way around down to the south. I'm going to get back here, and we do have those zealots on the bottom side going to get cleaned up. So Run by will not achieve anything. They kind of ran through the mineral line before realizing, so their escape is obviously blocked off a little bit. It's not exactly ideal. As the disruptor there, killed just before anything else happens. That's a big deal. Again, guys, sorry, the sound is a bit weird. I'm going to keep it kind of low, just because, yeah, it's a little bit weird. Obviously, we're casting off the clean feed. We won't do this much today, but the series we were going to join can't start until this match ends, so we may as well just watch the end of this match, right? Makes a lot of sense. Stalker's blinking forward, Zealot's coming through. I'll continue to fight. A couple of disruptor shots coming around, and we'll hit here and there. Generally just being used as zone. Obviously this turned into a pretty large game as we have a big map. We have game definitely developing to maxed out armies, and Q is starting to get ghosts up, so his army's going to start looking better and better and better. Widowmine goes through into the center of those zealots, so shot through over there. 3-3 still coming about. Colossus will fire. One Widowmine down, going to go for the other. This turret will get cleaned up. The rest of the zealots continue to charge forward. Vikings really do just go a chasing, and we have ourselves the Bio pulling back once again. The rest of these zealots still moving through. A lot of the Colossi just get wiped out. This fight for Njeishi does not seem to really be it. The problem is on the tail end of this, escaping away as this Protoss is very difficult to do. We basically just blink the Stalkers away, and everything else, well, everything else doesn't really matter. Now Terran immediately knows they can just go straight across the map, and that's exactly what they're going to look to get done right here. As we move, as Kua goes to the other side, these warping in zealots will hold up a little bit of time, but not too much. Stalks from the left side, honestly. This is just a case of Medivac's low energy, so a lot of units have not been healed back up. Otherwise, I don't think Njeishi would be getting any pushback at all. This Disruptor just in the front line still. This is just so very Zealot heavy, and the Zealot numbers may actually be the saving grace for now. An EMP on them could be quite nice, although we've actually gotten through most of the shields anyway. So the Disruptor shot just about missing. Now pulling back, another Widowmine shot coming through. Zealots continue to charge on in. Now the Disruptor still playing chase as well. Q's army has been kind of chipped away at, guys. The masses of Zealots are currently working out to some extent. Fire firing, a couple of Stalkers getting shot at, Disruptors gathering up. Another Disruptor shot comes in. Shots coming through, actually going to come diving forwards. Oh, we nearly got rid of that Disruptor. That would have been nice. Any Disruptor you get rid of just means less chances to fire later on. Widowmines are there, Burrow, they're going to hit the Zealots. Splash damage on those helps a lot for just giving you a chance to kind of keep on moving through. Zealot, Stalker, Disruptor all on the way. That Disruptor has no chance. Second one will, though. It was a bit further back when it fired up initially, so that helps out a lot. As now this Bioforce will come chasing. It's going to be this Disruptor going down. That Disruptor that was low earlier, look at that. And the importance of keeping it alive. As, oh, the blink for the libs, but we can't really get all the libs at once. I don't know if I love it, but again, the big saving grace here for Njeishi is that these Medivacs are constantly drained of energy, so the healing just doesn't come through. In Cure, getting chased away, I mean, you can just see the Bioforce is strung out when it comes to hit points. And it means that Njeishi is able to keep on powering through. Pushing up this ramp is maybe a step too far. This is just such a push and shove matchup. Njeishi pushes Kua back, he goes too far. Kua is able to shove him away once again. Disruptor shot comes through. A couple of Marines are going to get caught in that. We go blinking. As this time, JC maintains a little bit of map control on the tail end of this. And we're still chasing forwards. The Zealots will be coming through, and we have another Disruptor shot again just coming by. Lands on a Marauder and a Marine. It's a lot more Zealot Stalker Disruptor. Purely Zealot Stalker Disruptor. As our Prism went down, apparently. That's what the Hobbs is pointing out. So we lost that at some stage of this as the Terran player still sits atop the ramp. Going back around the left-hand side. SCVs. I'm going to get jumped on. Mortar being taken down. A couple more Zealots being picked apart. Disruptor still being shot at here. Firing away. The rest of these Zealots being picked up, and well, Disruptor still being killed off, but Geishi has broken through, and Kua has only got these last couple of units left. Kua just does not seem to have the TVP he used to have right now. He gets knocked down. And yeah, this is our next matchup, but we're actually going to be live and in-game properly for this one, guys, without the clean feed. So we can hop on over to this. I think we might even be going with basically no downtime because they were just waiting for that series to end, so we should just be able to go straight away. Get straight into this and head into some more action. So Oliveira Creator is going to be our next part of the plan. As JG knocks out Kua, I don't know if it's Kua not playing great, if TVP is just turned against him, or if the Protoss players have just been leveling up. Nightmare's had great results against Kua lately as well, for example. Some wild stats, guys. Some wild stats coming through lately. Creator versus Oliveira. Whenever this plays Hero, this could just be our section for the rest of the day. If Oliveira wins, I think we'd follow him in versus Hero. So we will see. As Oliveira just needs 1 minute, guys, and then we'll be back into some more action here in the Kung Fu Cup number 3 of the 2024 season. Yeah, Kira just has not been popping as much lately as he used to be. Kind of wild. So yeah, guys, thanks for your patience. Obviously, waiting for this one to start up. We'll have proper game sounds and stuff back at it now as well. And again, I hope you all have a fantastic day. Welcome to the stream. We are live on Twitch and on YouTube today. I keep looking over here because that's where my YouTube chat is. So we're live here on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are watching on the YouTube, the best thing you can do is to hit that like button. Give it a little thumbs up. And let the stream be found by more StarCraft fans. Would be freaking awesome. Let us do more of the YouTube multi-streaming more often if you like what you're seeing today. You can also subscribe on YouTube, kind of like as you follow. It's gonna be. This is very weird because like on Twitch, subscribing is giving me money. On YouTube, subscribing is just like what we call following on Twitch. You can subscribe as well. Keep up to date with. Usually we have regular daily uploads on YouTube, so do check that out. Really appreciate it if you do, guys. As yeah, we get ready to rumble into our next round of actions. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's head into Oceanborn for game number 1 of this best of 3. Hello, Ellie. Ellie gonna come say hi quickly. You gonna come say hi while we get in game, are you? Quick, cheeky little bit Ellie cam for you guys. Ah, we're loading in. Ellie, this is your moment. Go, say hello. Say hello. Oh, that's my leg. It's just like, I'm chilling. No, I don't really want to be on camera. Okay. I'm out of here. Never mind. Didn't realize you were going to put me on camera. ENM7, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Going out to Wolfie, Quali, Quail, Maples, Liga Man 30, and Finchy. Appreciate the generosity, mate. Thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We jump into game number 1 of this best of 3. In the bottom right-hand corner, the red Protoss player, Creator. Taking on our blue Terran in the top left, Oliveira. Alright. Let's see what gets going on in this one. Expecting a fun time, honestly. Expecting a fun time between these two. Glad to have me back. Hell yeah, well, thank you so much for supporting, mate. I'm super glad to be back. I really am so happy to be back casting every week and everything. So good to have, you know, streams planned for every single day. Tomorrow we'll be having OSC King of the Hill. On Friday, Sunday it'll be World Team League. I'll not be here Saturday. Gonna have a little day out on Saturday with Ellie and Helen. But Friday, Sunday, World Team League. I'm kind of thinking about maybe running a little European Cup on Sunday afternoon. And then next week, obviously, we start up again. Monday, ESL Open Cup Korea. Tuesday, WardiTV Korean Royale action begins. And we'll have Korean Royale throughout the week, followed by the Stars War offline tournament from China on the Saturday and the Sunday. So loads and loads of StarCraft 2 coming up. It's busy schedules all planned out. Like I said, very excited to be bringing it all to you guys. Thanks so much for joining us and being here. Hell yeah. Bunker drops into the front, reactor on the way. Twilight Council building from Creator as the Nexus comes up to completion. That'll be a third CC from Oliveira already, so he's going to go very, very just eco-focused, straight into that triple command center, straight into the very economy-focused game plan. Do you see that extra rack starting up? So bringing that through, the Adept will move on in. Just trying to see what is going on. The blink will begin on the side of our Protoss, so we get that underway. The Warp Gate coming up. Everything just kind of chilling. It's an interesting series. Haven't seen that much of Creator as of late. I just haven't really caught many of his games. He hasn't been playing the Mondays, if I'm not, unless I'm mistaken. Oliveira, I feel like, has not been as good against Protoss as he has been in the past, I suppose. So yeah, just kind of across the board, kind of very intrigued as to how Oliveira and Creator will hold themselves in this series. All gateways coming down, Marines coming up. 4 gates from Creator. I actually do remember Creator playing very 4-gate heavy last time I saw him as well, so I guess that is not too surprising. As with 4 gates coming up, he will apply a lot of pressure against a Terran that's very bio-focused with 3 CC. The Adept just hit the Stalker there, but as we fix that, we will kill off the Reaper. Yeah, the Adept gets rid of the 3CC. Sorry, let's actually get back to what I wanted to say. The 3CC means you're going to be kind of exposed. You're focusing on economy. As you focus on economy, that does mean that your opponent can, come in and maybe hit you before you're ready. You're not going to have any tech units. It's purely bio forces. If you get to enough bio and stim before you take too much damage, then brilliant. You're likely going to be in a great position. So that is a fairly sizable question mark. As again, Blink coming up. We'll be finishing very soon. Prism's halfway done. 2 more Stalkers are coming in. Stim back and our combat shield still building as our Marines do take some steps forwards. The Adept is going to get chased over to that right-hand side. So a lot of Stalkers up around the top. Bioforce going to be gathering on the natural against Stim Combat +1, all coming through. Additional Stalkers warping in. Bringing this all by for the moment as that factory finishes up on the high ground. Can these Stalkers get much done here? Going to try for the bunker. They should get it because the SCV's on pre-pulled. However, we're about to have Stim. These Stalkers have to be very careful right now. With Stim available, this Bioforce can absolutely pack a heavy, heavy hit. As we actually find the Prism a moment too late to cancel the warp in, but we will kill the Prism, so no more units will warp in. And Stalkers actually being microed on the left-hand side means the ones on the right were not blinked back perfectly. A Stim again, obviously we're not on Medivacs yet, but the starport's finishing soon, so we're not that far away from Medivacs. So I wouldn't say that that's looking too bad. 6 SCVs going down, 73 to 67 supplies. Oliveira with a pretty good cleanup across the board. I mean, obviously Creator not on a third base, dropping a Robo Bay from here, and Oliveira has triple CC, so Oliveira, as long as he's not dying, is absolutely in a great position. This is a little awkward because these are the moments where you don't have a bunker, you don't really want to stim because your units are already low, but he's still able to push this back, and that is a very big statement as to where we're at in this game. 3 more Stalkers will warp in beneath that Prism, more Stalkers up on the top. Continuing to move forwards, and they are going to come through, aiming towards this natural. will continue to come over. We will have ourselves the Immortal and the Nexus continuing up as well. Bio dropping down, Stalkers still being kept away. 4 more Stalkers get warped in, the Immortal coming up. A couple more Marines also on the way out here on the side of Oliveira. Bio fires through, Stalker's getting chased, Prism will load up once again, now going to turn it back around to the top side of the map. Zealot and the Sentry finishing up on that natural, and again the Prism ready to go dropping in toward the main in the next few moments. Prism taking quite a few shots. Stalkers blink across. They will go for a couple of these SCVs. Marines, Marauders showing up. Stalkers continue to take some hits. Can we get rid of the Prism? No. That would have been huge just to kind of clear up Oliveira's kind of freedom in the game. But honestly, his third is only just finishing, only just saturating from Creator. He's down 8 workers. His army supply ain't good. He's got no upgrades. Creator needs some serious work, and a Prism now dying in the corners. The Vikings get it. This is terrible for Creator. Oliveira is looking golden here in game number 1 of this best of 3. Looking very, very good. I believe this is round 16 here today for the Kung Fu Cup. Oliveira is gleaming so far as the charge and the +1 come up on the side of Creator. A few Stalkers there move forwards. The Bio will punch back. Chase that away. Bio fights through. A couple of Zealots going to get chased. Stalkers and Colossi continue to gather together as well. We have ourselves a Dark Shrine coming up here. Vikings fire onto the Colossus, so again a little bit more damage being found. The more of that we get done, the better off we will be. And Bio gonna go swinging away once more. And it's just going to be too much Terran and 1-1 upgrades. The number of units, it all adds up to just being too much. We absolutely saw this coming from a mile away. As Oliveira takes game number 1 off of Creator. That first blink play just was not good enough against triple CC. He needed to do damage. Like, he needed to put in work. And he did not put in anything, you know? Game number 2 coming up on Post-Youth. Get this ready to go again. Thanks for joining us so far today, guys. More action continuing through as we continue this Oliveira versus Creator matchup. Loading in here, get ready to rumble into this next match. Post-Youth is an interesting one with the in-base expansion. Definitely makes it a little bit intriguing, so let's see what will happen as we head into Post-Youth. We'll get this ready to rumble. Get this underway. Map number 2. Can Oliveira maintain this advantage and move on to the next round against Hero? Or will Creator be fighting back? Creator is the blue Protoss in the upper right-hand side of the map here on Post-Youth. While on the bottom left, our red Terran player is going to be Oliveira. Gonna see what next stage is going to be able to bring us. To get this underway. Game number 2, Post-Youth. These next few moments. SCV in the probe getting chased about a little bit. Coming around. SCV will get some nibbles. Obviously, probe mostly just looking to scout here in the early stages. That SCV on the right side is going to proxy the factory, so Oliveira does have something a little bit interesting planned. Puts that to use pretty much straight away. Very cool to see. He gets to work on that one. Like I say, Nyan immediately. Obviously, this is off the one base, and with the SCV potential wall off and stuff, it's very tough for the Pros player to really scout what's going on or anything, or really see exactly what's happening. Probe scouting about. Again, look to see what's going on next few moments. We'll drop down the starport on the right-hand side. We get that going. Just for the moment, the starport coming up. Hellion and the Marine continuing into play. Probe is scouting, wants to try and figure out a little bit of what might be happening here. Trying to figure out as the Hellion pops is going to be able to get the cleanup. So now you know what's going on. The Hellion drop is figured out. Is that still got potential to be, well, successful? That's what we're about to ask ourselves here. Next couple of moments to get this underway. Starport, Hellion, both on the way through. I think starting on the side of Creator, obviously by knowing that this is going to be the drop, you can put yourself in the right position early. Actually interesting because it's not just going to be the Hellion drop, it's also going to be the Marine drop. So Medevac flies forward, it is seen, but you have a bit more power with this, with the Marines being here as well. So I feel like that is also going to be quite interesting as Medevac moves its way forwards. Destination taking quite a few hits, and I mean the Hellions are into the mineral line, but the battery is going to be good enough to keep them alive for the most part. Hellions trying to do what they can. This was not really it from Oliveira at all, right? I mean, he gets only 2 probes. Defense is pretty darn good. Hellion will go down in a moment, so that is going to be the complete cleanup in the end. That is going to be a shutdown. Oliveira trying to double expand on the back of this, which you can understand. Definitely makes a lot of sense. I'll try and do something here. That blink about halfway done for the moment. I'll blink about coming up to being finished. Obviously, we'll see if Creator can get any pressure done with that. Otherwise, I mean, we do kind of get to just settle for a little bit as well. We'll see. Oliveira didn't really do too much. His 15 supply behind. Triple CC, he'll start to try and fight back with the work account. He's getting a Raven, a tank. His Creator just takes a third base. The good news for Oliveira is then at least he's not going to be under pressure straight away. The hallucination sees everything. So, I mean, Creator is very aware of what's going on. So that's obviously some big information. As the Nexus will finish up shortly. A couple of High Templars, a couple of Gateways all coming through. More probes coming about as well. Plus one attack, Interference Matrix, and the Stimpack building. Stormline Charge will both come through. The couple of gates all on the way. 3 more probes coming out. Starport moves off over to the sides. A couple of the barracks will drop on in. Again, with Oliveira being left alone, he can have some time to recover from that early fail of a proxy. Red just sets up a pal on far right side as well. Storm charge coming up. Probes coming through. Robo facility and extra gates all coming about. Command will be lifting off, will be moving towards the third base. We're actually going to go to the triangle. Very interesting. Not going to take that left-hand side. You don't see that usually on Post Youth. This base here is not typically seen as the third, but I guess if you mine out these minerals, it's not too far forward to wander. This base feels pretty safe all the time. Well, it's going to be interesting. Definitely a base layout you don't see every day. He just drops his fourth base down again. Oliveira has to play passively off the opening. He was never going to have the units kind of suddenly show up and swing through and to get a whole bunch done. Hallucination chilling overhead, as you do have everything Stalker, Zealot, Sentry, High Templar wise joining up along that right hand side. That's my attack getting going. A couple more High Templars coming through. The Robo Bay is going to be popping in a moment or so. We do have that combat shield about to be done from Oliveira, so at least we'll have that upgrade as well. Will the defensive setup be enough for him? He obviously will have to be dodging storms here, which we might use the Prism to get the High Templars in range. Post Academy is building, but a long way off. We've got to keep that Raven back from the High Templar too, as Oliveira moves the unit up 2 forward. We'll see the split of Creator trying to come towards him, so he is aware of what's happening. He's going to come in with the Raven. Gets an anti-armor missile, hits everything on the right side. Well, now you can't fight as Creator, not with an anti-armor missile on everything. +1, Ascendant Thermal Lance, both continue through from Creator here. Colossus, Robo Facility, and Forge coming about. Elm Probes on the way. +2, +1 on the way out. The ship weapons as well, building through here. And again, the Vikings, Ghosts, all the good stuff coming through at the moment from Oliveira. As you see the Prism going to come around the bottom side. There's going to be Vikings there immediately as though, so the Prism will not do too much. Still having that Dark Shrine building. Up against the Chrono Boost on the Robo Facility. Couple High Templars get dropped back down. Nexus setting up on the left. That's all grab a Marine. It really does just take a few moments to settle down here altogether. Have the disruptors coming through, the Dark Shrine coming up, the extra gateways building. It's been shut down by Creator, obviously able to hold the map. It's a very slow going game, which I guess makes a lot of sense based on how it opened. You know, Oliveira doesn't have a strong follow-up. Creator can't really attack into the very defensive position that Oliveira has entrenched himself into. TLDR, you know, for Creator, this is bank up money, get all the possible tech online, take all those advantages. And from Oliveira, it's build up to a max army and then try and take some good fights, hoping that maybe the pros player hasn't been able to out-tech you too heavily in the process. And when I say out-tech you too heavily, it's, you know, basically hasn't been able to go straight to carriers before you are able to kind of recover and to start doing things again. If Creator already had 2 or 3 carriers on the way, I'd be feeling terrible for Oliveira. As it stands, seems reasonable. Very inactive when it comes to taking fights on the map, but that's okay. Like I say, it makes sense for the situation. I'm just gonna see a bit of bio here, grabbing a stim towards some stalkers. They're gonna run into a storm. I feel like if you eat that storm, you should probably just finish off the High Templar, no? The Templar gets to live. There are the Stargates. There's the Fleet Beacon. The continued tech up from our pros player comes through. That is absolutely again the expectation here. There's no surprises about that. Army will drop down. CT under the gold base. Just going to get that into position. A few ghosts. The Marauders moving through. Just killed off our own Colossus. Looks like we're making way for carriers. I mean, the Colossus being a target there was a little bit of a surprise, though. Didn't quite expect that. Well, Storms come on too. This army as well. So Marauders get pushed back. Marauders come through. EMP goes down. Stalks get pushed away. On the right side coming through. Mr. Turtle go down. Fire Force going to stim it up as we do have the Disruptors firing forwards. Of course, with Mothership and all these carriers on the way, the late game is really being entered. Both players just keep on taking bases, and we wait for this kind of huge, bigger clash to happen. Oliveira up 1-0 in this best of 3 series if you're just joining us. Prism takes a shot on the way in, just with a couple of Zealots. Going to eat another Wood of Mine. So the good news here is that the Wood Prism is dead, no warping. It's very good for the Terran player. That means it's only a couple of Zealots to deal with. Fire sits. Missile turret. Just going to get taken down. These few Stalkers just trying to poke and prod. And 2 more carriers on the way up. Another nuke into the center. Disruptor will just deny the ghost. Easy pickings. Not too much going on, so it was unlikely that the nuke was ever going to truly land. We're actually building a second Ghost Academy, though. That means we can have 2 nukes going at the same time. Alright, well, we actually dive 40 as Oliveira catches a Colossus. It's not a bad dive. Ada Storm, but if you back away, the Medivacs will have time to play heal up. Fire goes diving through. Disruptor gets taken out. Lex, thank you so much for the 26-month resub on the Prime Gaming. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing great. Thanks for supporting the stream, obviously. A bit of a dive. We're going to get on top of the Disruptors. That's really bad for Creator as Oliveira. Going to find the top left base. Not really much going on. We have a little onslaught from Creator on the bottom side. What the hell is that? It's an Archon run by, of all things. Don't see those every day. You know, Ghost will try and nuke from the low ground, as these Archons will genuinely be scary if nothing shows up to stop him when they get onto a mineral line, but we should surely get something here. That nuke is still looking to land in the next moment or so. It's going to land on not much at all. Still the excitement to see the nuke landing, as we are going to line up another Archon run by. Somehow still has a couple of Archons alive from it, though, as, oh, the Stalker's missed the Ghost. The nuke is going to land again. Couple probes. Ghost stays plugged a few more moments. High Templar finds a Storm as Oliveira trying to move forwards. He is going to have so many Vikings to take down this carrier fleet. It's going to be a problem. One more Storm coming about. Bio coming through. Vikings still in the sky. We need to have enough army as well, though, here. Right, we need to have enough bio to kind of deal with the ground force as well. This is very Viking heavy at the moment. The Vikings need to get rid of these carriers ASAP and then perhaps get on the ground to help. They're going to eat a massive Storm, though. That's huge. Bio force on the ground has done well enough, though. The last Disruptor is the only thing that's going to push it back for a moment. A warning nuke from Oliveira. Both players rich, and so money can be spent to rebuild. Predator is richer. Nuke will land, but the Protoss army's not going to walk into it. I think he actually cancelled it and launched another one, which is kind of cool. Keeps it zoning there, and it may make Creator kind of miscalculate the timing to come back in. That could have made, been a mistake waiting to happen. if there's a position to take a fight in, this is probably it from Oliveira, because he gets to just sit there and kind of deal with this as units come up the ramp into the choke point, into the static defense, but into like the depots and so on. It's not going to be good enough though. Kratos' army is just too powerful. There's a couple moments there where Oliveira looked as though he might have a good shot at it, but just not good enough. And it is going to go to a game 3 here between Oliveira and Creator in the round of 16, right? Yeah, round of 16 of the Kung Fu Cup. Nightmare 2-0 DRG, by the way. Nightmare still playing great. He will play the winner of Bunny versus Yeshi. ByuN waits for the winner of Hero Marine Firefly. Solar playing against Stats in the round of 8, and obviously we are potentially going to follow the winner of this series in to play Hero in the round of 8. We'll see where the other matches are and what else is starting when we get there, but that's generally a rough idea of what is going on. To load into the next game. Big Piplup. Yeah, we got a big Piplup. You know it. Stats beat Lambo? It does seem so. Stats is good, man. Stats been very good for a little while now. Seems to be something that's cropped up since that last season of GSL. Very cool to see. I guess we are going to go into Alcyone. Get this underways. As we are going to have it tied up 1-1, going to game 3 in the top right corner of the map. This is going to be Creator. And in the bottom left, our Red Terran, Oliveira. What's up, Brian? Love the YouTube streams. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for joining us on the YouTube channel. We'll be trying to do at least 1 YouTube stream a week. Maybe even 2. Kind of depends what kind of schedule and what matches we have in store. I want to try and keep the... YouTube's a funny place, you know, in the first place with, like, how it works and algorithms and so on. So I want to try to keep it so that we only kind of still have like the highest quality of games on YouTube, so stuff like Kung Fu Cup where all the games are very good, etc. So I'm going to be a little bit particular with what we stream on the YouTube, but it is great to be able to be doing the multi-streams and giving people more ways to watch and everything. It's awesome. Big fan of that. Very excited to be able to do it, and again, just very happy that so many people are already kind of joining us on the YouTube channel, watching, even though it's a fairly new thing for us, so I think that's very cool as well. Very, very cool. Waiting for our PVT to develop into a little bit of something here. Let's just have Command Center morphing into the orbital back at home, so we get that started. CC coming up, factory coming in. See no kind of crazy proxy play from Oliveira. Gonna play a little bit more regularly this time around. Obviously, we've seen Oliveira try and mix it up with that proxy play in that last game, especially where it just kind of did flop. As that factory comes through, the reactor comes in with the command center as well. The refinery also coming up. Getting a lot of this underway for the moment, as we just have Hellion producing out of the factory, so bringing that online, getting that coming through already. Power cancel builds from Creator. So again, we get that on the way, get that started up. Twilight Council coming through, Stalker coming about, Warpgate coming in, Marine's just going to knock down a pylon. And Oliveira comes through the center with a Hellion taking the watchtower as we move. A little bit of a journey across to the upper side of the map. Twilight Council is indeed about to be finished. Get that completed in a couple of moments. Banshee going to be the choice, but it gets seen by the hallucination, so you get figured out pretty much immediately here. Yo, said Duke Nukem, how you doing, mate? Good to see you. Always great to see you dropping in when you can. Hope you're having a great day, mate. Hope everything is going well for you. Good to see your name. As our Stalkers will be chilling up in that main base. Like I say, we're going to commit to the Banshee, even though it was scouted here. So Oliveira not going to try and mix that up, not going to try and play the switch up at all. 2 gateways up, Creator will expand. Obviously played that 4 gate in game number 1, and that just really did not go his way. That was not something that ended well for him at all, so I think it's a good thing that we're seeing him go the different route this time around. Playing the expansion, playing a bit more macro focused. Obviously macro worked in the last game after a strong start. That Banshee's still moving around that right side, and it's going to cloak up as it moves up in toward the main. A couple of Stalkers are going to be nearby, and the Banshee is going to get in. Just going to go after those probes, but it's not going to be able to with these Stalkers and an Obs here. It's just going to be a defense made already, so defense is good to go. Banshee number 2 can maybe join up and try and maybe provide a little bit more opportunity over these next few moments. This one does find a way into a mineral line that does not have a battery, so a single Banshee is able to get a kill. Now the other Banshee is right in the back, so it's tough for it to really kind of come through and do much. Instant combat +1, bit of everything on the way. The couple more medevacts coming through from Oliveira. Marine Marauder still on the way out. Extra gateways from Creator as well being brought up into play now. Again, just seeing a little squad of units from Creator in the center beginning to move forward. Combat will be finishing. The +1 not far from being done. Prism allows the blink up into the main base, as we are going to have force field going down. A couple of SCVs getting blocked off. Marines will be dropping Bio on the other side of the map, so we're going to enter something of a base trade. The big difference so far is that Creator is in the main, Oliveira is on the third. I mean, that's a huge difference, because obviously the main is kind of where you want to be to shut down production. Widowmine does not get to go off. Immortal does get to live through the Super Battery. Super Battery will fade soon. There's Widowmines there that do get set off by the blink. I was wondering about those when we saw them before. Both sides of this taking some serious damage. Again, I'm worried about the fact that Creator should just be able to get a lot of warp-ins going still. That should be Oliveira's biggest issue. As more and more warp-ins come through, Oliveira's army is getting no stronger at all. Creator has got probes out on the map. He's got the money to build a Nexus. It'd be very good to get rid of that Twilight Council. I don't think you should ever let the Twilight Council finish like an upgrade. If you see a Twilight upgrade in this situation, the last thing you want to do is to let it actually finish, right? Especially when you were right there. This is a couple of seconds. Oliveira's supply is not looking pretty at all. 44 to the 30 in army supply favoring Creator. Maybe if Oliveira, he does have a +1 upgrade. Maybe if he can fight with the SCVs pulled, they can actually do enough tanking to help him out here. 2 observers available. I was thinking about the Banshees and Cloak as well, if maybe they could have a huge role to play in this, but as long as the observers are alive, then not so much. If the orbital lands and we can snipe those obs, Banshees can obviously get in for a lot of free damage, so it's nice to have them. But as of right now, it's also just army supply that's not going to be as immediately useful in the fight. Oliveira is going to lose his orbital command here. It's going to put the pressure on him. Oliveira has money for another CC. Looks like he's going to start it up in the main base of his opponent. Creator starts base top left-hand side. It's going to be a fresher base. That's something to note in the long term. There's also Oliveira 22 to 9 workers. He does have the better worker count as well for once mining can resume. This Creator will be able to resume mining sooner as well, and Oliveira will have to do a full rebuild of structures. Creator actually does have a gateway down here, so that's something, whereas Oliveira has... Okay, he's building a tech lab on a factory over there. Be kind of cool. Medevac just boosts out. It's empty. Just going to go and try and pick up information as Oliveira begins to lose his depots. Going to become another problem here soon as obviously Creator just slowly cleans up everything on this side. SCVs, again, great for maybe fighting with, but at the same time, you kind of want them to mine with the way that this game is going. Creator is building a probe, recognizing that this is going to kind of lengthen into a bit of a different game. I think the Medevac has gone to pick up the 2 siege tanks that are building in that bottom right corner. That does make a lot of sense. Just, you know, pick those up, get those safe. That would help out a lot as well, barracks start up in the main base as well, so production is truly coming back online with tanks. That's a huge deal. I do love the Dark Shrine, though. Obviously, DTs at this point in the game is a big factor, and that's because the Twilight Council is still alive on the natural as well. What a mistake by Oliveira to leave that Twilight Council up. The dive in the main, I understand you're desperate, but to let the Twilight Council live, I actually think that was a massive mistake, all said and done, honestly. Huge misplay. Foundry dies. Engineering Bay taking some shots. And Dark Shrine still coming through from Creator. Get that finished up in a moment as... Oh, no. Do not lose this medevac with the tanks inside it. That would be devastating. Oh, Oliveira does build a missile turret. He's recognizing the possibility. Good play by Oliveira. That's very smart to do. I'm going to kind of back it up into a really similar situation. This factory gets found, but we did get the 2 tanks off of it, so honestly it was pretty useful. Factory will go down. We're going to find a panel in the corner, finish that off. Creator gets supply blocked. And Creator taking an expansion. So Creator's going to expand to the bottom, and we have a TVP where they've relocated, and we're going to go up to multiple bases each, it seems. Well, maybe not quite multiple bases on the side of Oliveira just yet. General idea seeming okay, though, is... I mean, Oliveira still has a +1 upgrade. The missile turret up. DT play will not do too much. I love the fact he still has these Banshees. So useful for the future. Yep, DT just walks in, goes down. That works. Easy shutdown, not even needing to use a scan. The problem with the DTs is you still need to have scans available if you want to move out. So if you want to move out, you've got to have those scans ready to go, otherwise it's not going to work. You can trade here, Oliveira. You do not need to run from these stalkers. He wants to bring that other tank further forward before he tries to break onto the natural and, you know, clean things up here. Actually going to get DT Blink, which again in the long run could be very useful. Creator is pylon starved. As we should have a scan here to kill the DT off immediately once we realize it, so DT goes down. Yeah, he is pylon starved. He is going to get supply blocked, losing this final pylon, so that is going to be an issue. And that, I believe, as well, was one of his only 2 gateways, so also a factor as Oliveira begins to move down the ramp. This is a very interesting state of the game because you don't really know what the best move is, right? There's no, like, sign which tells you, like, oh, yeah, this is what you should do. There's not really a ton of experience which tells you what you should do. 1 observer left. DT moves into the main. The observer is at home, or at the base of the Pros player, which I think is very important, is that DT shows up. We've got detection, we just do not have units to fight it. Not even a couple of Marines. The SCVs given their lives to try and... Oh my god, we stopped fighting it as well. Oliveira is just going to send it across the map, but Banshee goes down already. He is just not dealing with that DT at all. I don't disagree that Oliveira probably needed to make a push, but... Obviously, the DT knocking down every single SCV is just a shame. 1 DT! That's all it was. 1 Dark Templar did all of that. There was a few DTs that were made overall, but finally just 1 comes in. Oliveira has nothing at home. Yeah, And now he's just completely all in, although he was probably all in anyways. And he's going to be absolutely guaranteed all in. So it looks as though Creator will be moving through the round of 8. This attack forward should not be good enough with Super Battery available. And Oliveira is going to be able to... is not going to be able to take down this position. And that is Creator taking the game number 3. GG's. Alrighty, so that is going to be that one wrapped up. Where's the bracket at? Nightmare Bunny. ByuN versus Hero Marine of Firefly. Solar versus Stats. Solar Stats is 12 minutes in. Would have loved to cast that one. I think that would have been really cool. Hero plays Creator. I want to cast PvP. What are they going to do on the Chinese stream? Like, what are they going into? They haven't decided yet. I might see if the Hero Marine Firefly is playing. The winner of that plays ByuN. I wonder if that might be a cool match to get done into. There might just be a world where the best choice is to actually... Or maybe Hero Marine Firefly didn't start yet. Oh. Oh, even better. Even better. Ah, it's 1-1. Okay, Firefly and Hero Marine are 1-1, guys, but we will be able to get into Game 3. So we'll watch this. Maybe then we'll jump into the semis or something. I'll be a couple of moments while we're in the lobby. I'll just be right back. It won't be long. I'll see you guys in just a sec. Welcome back, guys. Thank you for a little bit of patience. The guys were waiting to start anyway, so we didn't delay this or anything. This wasn't on me. As we get going into Firefly Hero Marine, it's game 3 of this series. So we're just going to hop into this one at the end of it. Some other updates. Solar is in the semifinals. He waits for Hero or Creator after 2-0ing stats. So that's going to be a ZVP semifinal for us when we get there. For now, though, 1-1 in this best of 3. In the bottom left, it is going to be our blue Terran. This is Hero Marine. Top right, red Protoss, Firefly. Okay, we're coming out. Color Refinery's coming through. As we get ourselves settled into this one, it's already proxy time from Firefly, apparently. Setting up on this far side of the map with a pylon on the left. So that pylon gets set into place already. And whatever aggression he plans for is going to come heavy. I mean, this is such an early pylon, this almost has to be a second gateway. So some heavy gateway pressure in these early stages. A shame when you don't get to see the first couple games of a series, right? Because now we don't quite know kind of what happened to get us here or how things were looking exactly and stuff like that. So it's a little bit interesting. We're about to finish up. Factory's halfway along. The good news for HeroMarine is that he is playing double gas before expanding here, so he is going to have his factory up early. And he is going to be walled in to help him against this 2-gate pressure. So HeroMarine definitely picking the better build order choice for this game so far, putting himself in a much more comfortable position than he would be otherwise. The CC on the low ground might be a little bit rough, but once he realizes what's up, he might still honestly just be able to cancel that and build it high ground instead. A little bit of a loss, but obviously your opponent is investing very aggressively, so it would make sense to then go and do something about this. Step coming through, Zealot and the Adept going to start poking forwards. The CC gets delayed on the low ground then, but as soon as the Cyclone pops, that is going to be able to do a lot to shut that down. So starting to get that sorted as Cyclone pops in. Zealot and the Adepts will be taking some damage. Cyclone will take a few more shots. A couple of Adepts going to shade by. SCV going down. Cyclone still taking damage. I mean, if you lose the Cyclone, that's bad. The Adept's going to be in. Actually holding the ramp there. Get some more shots on the Cyclone, and there's no SCVs on the low ground, so the Cyclone can't repair. And 3 Adepts do one-shot workers, so HeroMarine is now going to be in some trouble. The Adepts make it down. I think they want that Cyclone, but they're going to not get it. Losing one before the shade goes off is a shame. Phoenix about to be done, so we're just popping out more and more. Phoenix has the follow-up from Firefly, as the CC of HeroMarine is obviously extremely delayed, only just getting to start building that up again now. Major delay to the command center, major delay there in general. And in fact, we'll load up, and we are going to go pushing those. So HeroMarine is going to be delayed on his CC, yes, and gets delayed even further by 2 Stalkers, but there's basically nothing across the map from Firefly. HeroMarine has a great shot of just kind of winning out when it comes to basically just overwhelming his opponent. Firefly still warping in aggressively. He will kill a Cyclone here. Trades a Cyclone for the Phoenix. I mean, no, I guess from Firefly's point of view, he trades the Phoenix for the Cyclone. Only Marines going across the map. That's way less scary, especially as Firefly can continue the pressure here at the front. That depot is high value as well because it's a cooldown depot, so it represents a lot of supply being provided. But the units on the other side, and Firefly is going to recall to try and deal with this. He does not want to lose a ton of probes. And that's what is exactly going to be what happens if he doesn't recall home to deal with this. So I think the right choice overall. It's frustrating because it's like, man, I was about to get so much done, but yeah, I think this helps. We lose 1 Stalker here, but we clean up all those Marines. Nothing stopping Firefly from being aggressive again now, though, potentially, so that's still a possibility. Medevac pulls back to the natural Stalkers. Phoenix continues to set up. Banshee tank continuing through. We are going to see the tank shots good for those Stalkers for a little bit. Cyclone locking onto some Phoenix. More Stalkers popping out, and they will continue to chase the Cyclone down back into the natural. A few more Stalkers are building from Firefly. They do have the Phoenix that can lift up the siege tank. However, the Cyclone was locked onto the Phoenix, but it does get pulled away. Phoenix goes down, but the tank already killed. This is very scary for HeroMarine. Obviously, there's no blink here. As the Phoenix going to lift up the tank again. This is terrible for HeroMarine. His units just can't survive long enough. Medevac will go down very quickly now as the Stalkers get rid of the Marines. It's good enough for Firefly to move on through to the round of 8 to play against ByuN. Country Cup results are popping today. Firefly's been playing great lately, and he's going to get to play another Terran in the form of ByuN. That's exciting. Firefly's run's pretty cool. He went through Trap 2-1, Coffee 2-1, now Hero Marine 2-1. Plays ByuN in the round of 8. That's what we're going to hop into in a couple of moments. So, Firefly ByuN coming up. GG's called here. Just wondering if they're going to make this new party or what the plan is. They'll be on Korea, so we will at least, if nothing else, swap servers. That makes sense. Alright, we're going to go Firefly ByuN, guys. Obviously, PvT, fresh series, quarterfinal. Yeah, Firefly playing some fun PvT lately. Hell yeah. Cool to see, cool to see. We'll take a moment or two just to get videos done, guys. But once videos are done, we will be off on the way into this next matchup, so we can get that all on the go, get that started, and head on into things. And thanks for joining us, guys. Appreciate you all being here across Twitch and YouTube today. Just looking at what's going on. Looks good. The first 4 names were enough to convince you to come here and watch the stream. Hell yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think... I can't remember which names I put in there, but the turnout was not quite as expected because Clem didn't show up today. Reynor wasn't here today. We have some great players, though. Solo in the semifinals. Hero vs. Creator in the round of 8. Firefly versus ByuN is what we're going to hop into. The winner of that plays Nightmare Bunny. There's actually been a lot of upsets today as well. Max Pax got knocked out early on today by Geralt in PvP. Like, that is really a shocker. That is genuinely surprising. Chua knocked out by Jaishi. Hearthstone is out already. Classic fell early to DRG. Dog didn't sign up today either. That's very weird. Usually Dog's always in these cups as well. Although he does have a child now, so... Preston to join the party for ByuN versus Firefly. Hopefully get an invite into that soon. I don't feel as though we should have to wait. I feel as though we should just be allowed to go. Yeah, just showing the bracket on stream at the moment, which is Nightmare Bunny, Firefly, ByuN, Solo versus Stats, but Solo already won that, so he's in the semis. He will play either Hero or Creator. There we go. Alright, so we're in for Firefly, ByuN. I believe we should just be allowed to start this, so fingers crossed. See Rogue and Trap as the best consistent players of their respective race. I'm very excited for Trap and Rogue to be back. Sad no Rogue in the Kung Fu Cup today, but Trap was here. He's honestly looking hopeful. Like, yeah, he's maybe not winning series yet, but like the potential to win series is there. A little bit more practice, I think Trap is going to be back right at the top of the game in SC2. I think there's almost no doubt in my mind about it, honestly. Go says Firefly. ByuN says ready, so we're actually pretty much set to go into this, guys. Doesn't look like we've got too much of a delay. Just need to swap one of the players around, get their race set. We should be good to go. Yeah, we are allowed to begin. Perfect, we can go. Alright, Firefly ByuN, more TVP action. And obviously Firefly has been absolutely popping lately. His results have been great, really fun to watch. He's definitely enjoying PvT on this patch, it seems like. So let's see what we get here. Bottom left-hand corner of the map, our red Terran player from the Shopify Rebellion. This is ByuN, who comes in to take on the blue Protoss in the top right corner of the map. This is Firefly. Just another quick mention, if you're watching this one on the YouTube channel, that you can help the stream out by hitting that like button. It's really appreciated if you do. Helps more people to find the content, which is always a good thing. Super easy. You literally just mouse over the like button. You click it. It's a click. It's like being like, boom, click. Like I just clicked something. I just clicked this Nexus. That could have been the like button. So do check that out. Helps out a whole bunch. Appreciate it if you take the time to do so as we settle into game 1 here then of Firefly and ByuN. We get this underway. Similarly coming about, gateway building, a couple of refineries coming through on the side of ByuN, so we get those gases coming up immediately. And that obviously gives him a double gas setup, potentially a little bit of aggression from him looking to take control. I think taking control against Firefly is a big deal because Firefly is a very aggressive player who loves to be aggro. We just saw that in the last game. Coming in and being aggressive as ByuN, I think, just makes a lot of sense. I think it's the right thing to be doing. And even if you don't get aggressive, even just double gas to help you out to get defenses up, can go a long way as well. There might not be any proxies in this game. It doesn't mean that Firefly isn't going to play some kind of aggro style against you at some point, right? So there's definitely that to be looking at. As the Nexus starts, the Cybercore is building. Reaper and the Orbital Command coming through from ByuN as well. So we get that on the way. Nice probe, still just nibbling at that SCV. It's getting low. Minor frustration from ByuN, but he can handle it. He can deal with it. Not the biggest of deals. Birthday ByuN. Yeah, actually I just saw his ByuN's birthday on Twitter earlier today. It's also Roddy's birthday. What a great day to be yeah, what a great day to be a StarCraft birthday. All the legends. All the legends. Upgate coming up, Stalker is popping out. We have another Stalker coming through as the Reaper gets turned around, pushed back out into the center. Our Nexus will be finishing very shortly. And the command center of ByuN building on the high ground, so very safe play from him as he just sends himself into a Widow Mine drop. So yeah, that's just going to be looking to be very normal as our Starport continues through. The Reaper heads into the natural. A couple of probes still mining away on the edges. Widow Mine actually on burrows is going to come across as the probe comes to chase across as well, nibble at that Widow Mine a little bit. And Robo Facility is also coming through from Firefly, so we get to see his first tech choice. Robo has been kind of on the up in terms of a popular kind of choice. It's not been something that people used to build into in the past as much, but now seen a little bit more frequently. Factory gets that tech lab on the way. Again, Medivac and a couple Marines coming about also. And there's a couple Marines going to go grab a probe. Knock that down, kill that off. Still got our Warp Gate coming through. And the Stalker about to finish as well, so get that all going. Medivac about to pop out, so ByuN will be able to get that pressure onto the map. He has got the double Widow Mine. Mine drop is obviously very standard and for good reason. It applies good pressure while being very low commitment. It can provide you good scouting information. It has the potential to be very deadly if not dealt with properly, so it is just generally a very good thing to be moving into. As the two Widow Mines begin to boost their way up to the northern side of the map, so they're going to get set up over there, ready to dance their way into the natural expansion and get some damage done. Stalkers up in the main base as well, and again the Widow Mines are going to turn and boost across through the natural into the main very shortly. Widow Mine 1. It's actually not going to burrow, just going to lift off again, so no shenanigans just yet in terms of unburrow, reburrow micro. That Medivac without a boost is in trouble. It's enough to get the kill, so very unfortunate for ByuN. Diving through into that main base, Firefly has the defenses ready, and that means that that Widow Mine drop is just stopped dead in its tracks, which is such an unfortunate situation. It's going to be very sad as Banshee Marine tank joins back up out the front. Immortal will be chrono boosting, Banshee Cloak tank on the way, Arax coming up as well. Cloak is going to be here from the Banshee in a moment. Still see Stalkers hanging out in the center. Two gates dropping down, charging +1 armor coming up. The Observer is coming through about halfway done. The Marines still press forward, and the Stalkers will be there as a couple tanks get sieged. Banshee's trying to move across into the natural expansion. Stalker Immortal in the center as well. Stem on the way up, +1 on the way up. And additional gateways continue through from Firefly here as our Marine tank still sits in the middle of the map just for the moment. Tank siege up one more time. 6 gateways in total getting produced. Temple Archives coming up. And a couple of Banshees continue to move out down to the bottom. It's good to get rid of the obs. The Banshee's still off to the edges. Obviously, this sort of aggressive push has been such a norm for Terrans lately. Marine tank Banshee. I don't think ByuN's going to send it. He's going to pull back. Stim +1 already halfway done. I mean, it's quite late to obviously try and send it, but you can still poke about with Banshees and try and find openings. Firefly in general looks pretty well defended. As he starts to add Immortals, Archons, even getting his Blink up as a follow-up now. Of course, Charge was the priority on the Twilight after Robo, but getting Blink as well, as it's going to become very gateway heavy from Firefly in the future. And ByuN only gets 1 probe with those Banshees. Second shot was a little bit out of sync, and the battery healing was good to save it. Very happy that ByuN pulled back. I think if ByuN doesn't pull back and he attacks in, he's going to have a very bad time. I think he's going to get very heavily punished very quickly, so very happy to see that he makes the correct choice there, honestly. I think he was getting so close to some further bio upgrades as well that he's just going to be even more powerful very soon. And I've got the bio chilling, the tanks are setting up. Army comes around the left side from Firefly, ready to push in towards the natural. More Zealots getting warped in, as we have a couple of Zealots already starting to charge forwards. We will see tanks starting to fire back, but the tanks get swept pretty quickly, and Firefly's push is extremely strong so far. Oh, this is bad because the Zealots are going to chase the bio off to the right. That means the bases are completely exposed. Reinforcements will not do well with reinforcing Zealots showing up, and this base has to be lifted. Ghost Academy killed because it's on the 3rd. And this just looks like a complete and utter total disaster from ByuN. Firefly just powers up. I mean, again, he deflected Banshees well. He never let the push of ByuN kind of come to fruition. And now as he pushes, he looks very, very good. Zealot, Stalker, Immortal continue through. The Zealot's going to keep on charging onto the Bio Forces. Just going to keep moving across. This Bio Force in total will just be getting swept up. And Firefly, Army Supply is actually very similar, but he's killed 37 SCVs. You don't need to do the math on that. 37 SCVs means that ByuN is one very poor Terran. And Firefly is going to be up a game as Firefly keeps on making it happen in these events, man. He has just been playing great lately. And just so decisive with his push, was absolutely sure he wanted to go. And look at that, Nightmare, 2-1 Bunny. He moves into the round of 4 today. So Nightmare into the round of 4 to play Firefly or ByuN. Solar still waiting for a result from Hero and Creator. If it's Nightmare, Firefly, topside semi-final, I mean, that's already kind of incredible. Very, very cool. Just getting everyone to join us here. Jump into game 2 of this one. Top right hand side is going to be our Red Terran player down a game. This is going to be ByuN. He takes on the Blue Protoss. Bottom left, it is Firefly. Firefly leads 1-0 here. We get into game number 2. I'm going to go double gas again. Don't think that's too surprising. I think in general, double gas is a much safer, more consistent way to open against a man like Firefly. So that makes a lot of sense. Next is coming through, and the rack's building. Reactor starts. Some little bits and pieces here for the moment. Get this underway. Couple of Reapers coming up. And Factory is coming in. Twilight Council getting going. Cancel the choice from Firefly, so we'll get that underway. Obviously, that's going to be an immediate blink play. I wonder if we see any 4-gate blinks here, or if we're just going to play it standard. This is not a bad map for blinking, right? You have the natural you can poke into on the flat ground, rotate around, a lot of space along the edge of this main base to blink into as well. So it's a very good map for blink. It makes a lot of sense that we're seeing blink being, invested into early here. Stalker comes over. We are going to be seeing a couple of these probes get knocked down. We are going to be able with this dive of Eunice to hit the Stalker, but the battery finishes. But now we'll go into the main. Battery not ready here, and these Reapers and the Hellion are going to be shredding some workers. Oh, we buttoned up the super battery, and that is going to save some probes. We're going to go back to the natural. But honestly, if the far side of the natural is open, we might be able to get a few more probes as well. Grenade goes down to keep the gateway units at bay. And those probes are not in range of the battery for a lot of the time. 10 workers killed, and ByuN's dive into the natural is extremely successful. Seeing a very, very good time for himself here as the Stalker and Sentry will fight back. The Reapers will be going down, and they will be falling. Well, this was very, very, very expensive for Firefly, as ByuN's early aggression hits, and it hits hard, and it's extremely successful, and I think ByuN is more or less securing himself a very good place in this game. So ByuN looking fantastic right now. See a stim pack coming through the tank, and a few more Marines all being brought up as well. Couple extra gates continuing about. The Stalkers blink into the main base. Couple Marines will be going down. Tank will be in some trouble. More Stalkers warping down on that low ground, so using this forward warp gate to just really get the pressure going. And this is basically a counterattack that has to do some serious work, and so far it's doing it. The SCVs, though, pulling makes a lot of sense. They're going to try and repair the tank. That will not... Oh, it will stay alive because of their Stalker that died. Didn't have enough for the second volley. Now one Stalker misblinks to stay in the main. Hallucination about a fade, so that Stalker being there for the high ground might actually be nice, because otherwise he wouldn't have been able to go back in the main. Now he can. Against purely Marines, you have opportunities here as Firefly. The tank from the low ground is going to relocate. The SCVs pull immediately. They realize the situation. We just got to go blink on top of that tank, I think. Well, the tank is just continuing to move forward. We're going to blink to the side and just keep on kiting for now. As long as the tank isn't siege, you don't need to dive in it. Second tank sets up. Popping out of the factory. This one will siege, but if Firefly sees it, he could blink towards it. He could get stim. Now you need to stop to get the tank. He's going to lose one Stalker in doing so. Firefly finding loads of damage. ByuN's other tank. I really feel like this other tank should have just sieged. No, you could have covered so much of your base by sieging that other tank. You never did. Now we try and body block this bunker, and we will get rid of it. Tank sieges on the ramp. 13 SCVs killed so far. Firefly is bringing himself back into this game where I was already kind of, thinking about what Game 3 was going to look like. Firefly didn't, and he's going to blink in now. He doesn't have the vision, though. That's a misblink. And Stim's ready, and now Firefly's going to lose all the Stalkers, and that is extremely expensive. Okay, he gets the blink to the other side of the minerals just in time as he gets cornered. Oh, after so many good moves, one misplay is extremely expensive for him. That is rough, to say the least. Ouch. That is truly quite brutal. As our... Well, a few more Marines coming about. Forge, Dark Shrine coming up. Our next is still coming through. Great counterattack from Firefly. Obviously now the problem is his worker count is still similar. Now he's got not as much tech as he might like. His third is late. Tanks are getting these Stalkers. Firefly's getting GG. There's a lot of things here that as soon as he lost the kind of momentum, ByuN was meant to be in an advantage. That early damage done by ByuN was meant to put him ahead, and it did. He just needed to not die to the sudden swarm of units that showed up. That sudden swarm of units got some value there. And, yeah. I mean, once you stop that, it was back on track for ByuN, but it did get scary. Firefly gave himself a chance. If nothing else, we head to Oceanborn now for the next game. Thank you in the YouTube. I'm the best. Thank you. You're the best. Thank you for watching. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thanks for checking out the YouTube channel live stream today. Go says Firefly as we get ready to go straight into Game 3. We rush through this series so far. No semi-final ready yet. Hero Creator still playing. Firefly ByuN still playing. Because Nightmare and Solo are both ready on the other side of the bracket. As soon as we finish this, we will be able to at least go into the winner versus Nightmare. Apparently Hero Creator is currently 1-1. So that is tied up as well. So very likely both these semis are ready at the same time. They do typically do semi-finals one at a time, though, so we will catch both of those most likely. Should nothing crazy happen. Let's hop through. As we have got in the top left-hand side, the red Terran player from the Shopify Rebellion, bringing it back with the early Reaper Hellion, getting a lot done. This is ByuN. Up against the blue Protoss in the bottom right corner, we have Firefly. Well, we get ourselves into this Game 3 a couple of moments early to get settled into it, and again, wait to see what the plan is. Fast reactor from ByuN, so we'll have that on the go. Get that started up. It's an expansion so far from Firefly, getting that underway. Next is on the way. Stargate is building up. Our command center continue to come through for a moment. A couple cyclones still coming about. The Stargate coming in. Get all of this on the go. Probe just nibbles up. Depot taking some shots. And we'll have a couple cyclones on the way out. Practice moves over to the side, and again, CC building. A couple more cyclones moving back around. Cyclones are here and they are fighting, put on some pressure. The Oracle can fight back. Obviously, battery energy getting drained. And now the Cyclone needs to be, or the Oracle needs to be careful not to go down. Super Battery will genuinely pop though and will help to clean this up. We actually do lose the Oracle, but the Adepts are going to chase to try and get both the Cyclones out of this, which would be great. One Adept goes down with extra Cyclones showing that this pressure continues. Just for the moment, our Cyclone's still pressing up. Battery going to be taking some damage. Battery will go down here. I mean, the Cyclones continue to trade. As long as the Cyclones here, they're putting out good damage, and that's definitely helping. We've seen the probes going to pull in. A couple Cyclones are going to be active as well. They're going to get rid of a bunch of these probes. 4 workers going down. You now have an Immortal coming up off the Robo facilities. The Phoenix does not have energy. These Cyclones going to get not a Stalker there because of high ground vision being lost. Oh, he does not get the pylon before the Immortal pops, and the Immortal should be a hard shutdown to this. However, it's been chaotic. We're going to have Banshees and Cloak coming up now, so there is the potential that they will do very well if we do not get an Observer out because we're spamming Immortals to try and stay alive right here and now. More barracks coming through. Tank Banshee continues to produce. I mean, this was chaotic for Firefly to deal with. Resources loss-wise, it was very bad for him. And again, he just had to pull probes against it and all sorts, so it's been a little tough. Mortal comes in, gets rid of the Cyclone. Let's get warped in. We're going to get ready to sit at the front here. Mortal's going to get ready to punch onto the bunker. Now Phoenix still going to the upper left-hand side as we get across. Bunker is going to be going down. These two Immortals provide a punch, but only for a little bit because the moment these tanks get in range, they are going to put in a lot of work. So that goes very well. These few Zealots are still being knocked down as well. Firefly just says that that's GG. He was very committed to this attack working. And the moment that it's not doing enough, he's going to tap out, and ByuN goes to the semi-finals here in today's Kung Fu Cup. So congrats to ByuN. He goes to the semis to play against Nightmare. Solo versus Hero also ready to go, by the way. That's the other semi-finals. Hero did beat Creator during this game. That was a short PvP. I'm not sure which of these matchups we're going to be doing first, but we should be getting into it very shortly. Probably Solo Hero because it was ready just a teeny tiny bit sooner. Typically, that is the way it works. If your semi is ready first, it's the first one that gets played. So, yeah, I imagine that is what we are going to get ready to hop into here in a couple of moments. Get that PVZ on the way up and see what we can do with this. What's the price for the cup? It's about, I think it's like $700-800 now for Kung Fu Cups. $600. First place, $270. second 140, third 80, fourth 28, and then fifth to eighth place take $14 home as well. It's a little bit weird numbers just because it's the it's based on the Chinese currency, so it's not quite round numbers for us. Bum 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 bum. Solo versus Hero on site Delta. Coming up in a moment. It's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, events like the Kung Fu Cup are just great. You know, constant action, good players. You just fill the gaps throughout the week. It's very good. Very, very good. Alright, they are wasting no time at all getting into this matchup. We're going to see in the top left-hand side a lag spike. I'm going to come out of it, though. It is Hero, our blue Protoss, taking on the red Zerg in the bottom left, bottom right, sorry. It is Solar to get this ready to go, go, go. So we have ourselves in this game, EVZ style. Solar here is a pretty darn good matchup. We'll see a very exciting ZVP. Get this ready to rumble. Just having our probe moving back around. Single drone is going to go chasing a little bit. Whereas Reynor Clem. Well, Reynor didn't play today because he has GSL tomorrow, it seems. I don't know why Clem didn't sign up. Clem is almost always here in the Kung Fu Cup. That's why I put him in the title of the YouTube stream when I set up the YouTube stream. I was thinking of some players that pretty much always play Kung Fu Cups. Apparently I was wrong on a couple of those. Apologize if you got clickbaited. But, yeah, when I was scheduling the stream, the bracket wasn't live, so I couldn't actually see who was there. So I was just like, well, who usually plays these? Clem, Reynor, they've been playing all of them. I didn't really think about it was the fact it was Reynor's GSL group tomorrow. That might have an impact. Would have been too big brain as I think they're both going to say that they feel some lag. My ping is perfectly normal for Korea. My ping's 320, but that's perfectly normal for Korea. That doesn't usually cause lag. Usually if it gets like 700-800, it causes lag, because that's when I'm actually not having my usual connection to Korea. So just waiting for the referee to resume.
Game resumed.
Game resumed. Alrighty then, Cybercore coming up, Nexus coming in. Get set up and ready to go. Couple things come chasing, probe gets hunted, and you have a Stargate on the way. Not too surprising. Be interesting to see exactly what kind of plan we're going to be doing on the side of Hero, or if the Stargate has anything funky behind it, or we're just going to be very happy sitting on that Stargate for a little while. And just kind of playing into triple Oracle, and then just very normal things from there. Portrait coming up again, that warp gate coming through. Get a lot of this underway here early. As we just see a couple things hanging about on the natural, and the adepts will come together. Heading down to that bottom right side. Looking to get through for a little bit of damage. Adepts will go shading by the natural up in toward the main. One lane going down, second lane taking a shot. Queen still firing. Adepts are going to shade again. Going to move towards the mineral lines here and get rid of a couple more Zerglings. Pretty good job in terms of just keeping the Adepts alive and getting something, but of course, no drones is kind of eh. A lot of the time, though, people get kind of desperate to get drones, so then they lose the Adepts trying to kind of get them because they haven't got them so far, so Hero just being responsible, backing away. It's a good defense from Solar. It's, like I say, a very responsible play out of Hero as well, I would say.
Game paused.
I love Anki's just like, oh, maybe it really was me all this time. Yeah, okay. Well, we figured that out. And we get to go back into this, hopefully with no lag now. Hopefully that was the culprit found. It's unfortunate because the lag on the Korean server is so inconsistent, you know. As our Oracle continues over to that right side, the Forge and the Gateway continue to come up. And you see this Oracle going to try and poke its way in for trying to deal some damage. And Twilight Council Gateway coming by. Nexus will finish shortly. The Rotron is also on the way up from Solar, so we get that underway. Plus one Blink still coming up. We do have a Stalker and a couple extra gateways continuing by. Oracle's Stasis warding it up around the back, and the Queens will get rid of one of those Stasis wards already. So we've got that plus one Blink then moving through. We do have a couple Oracles getting pushed away, shoved back over the sides. And with extra gates and the Robo coming through, Hero can start to power up into the Blink play fully. Start to see what's going on. And Blink halfway done. We do have the extra gates all coming about. The Robo facility is about halfway done as well. Still the Oracle's moving around with everything else also. So far, so good. Things are going to be on the counterattack, and they are going to find themselves a chance to jump into the Stalkers. How do spectators cause lag? Basically, the way StarCraft works is that we're all connected into the servers, and that if, like, it's not like the game's being played and we are watching the game from, like, an outside source. Like, we're actually, like, inside and part of the game, which is kind of weird, but it just means that the server interacts with us being in the game. It's the way that StarCraft was designed. I actually don't know really how to, I don't really know how to explain it, apart from that. I'm sure someone has a better way of explaining it, but yeah, basically you're in the game and interacting with the game. Like, the game actually follows your movement around, so even when you, like, say you move your camera around, the game actually records that and puts it in the replay. So, like, the server's constantly interacting with you while you're in game, basically. So that is why it's like you're just a player. Obviously, if you were, there's a lot of ways nowadays in newer games to watch games and do all the stuff StarCraft does, but you're not in the game. It's just the way that StarCraft was designed. Didn't allow for that. As we do have the Lurk Den coming up. Now a Hive coming through. The couple of Oracles still making their way down south. He's going to get a bit of a wraparound. And Disruptor coming up, plus 2 attack and charge on the way. My work then is still building through here. Hive is building. Hydras and Lings coming up. Groove Spines coming by. Roaches and Lings are going to get onto the set of rocks over on that right-hand side as well. Just going to start picking our way through this. Hive finishing. I mean, Solo obviously losing a base is pretty rough, but he's recovering from it decently. Obviously, Hero just very macro-focused as well. 4 bases looking comfortable at the moment. With 4 bases set up in full. Pretty decent. Few lurkers will morph in. Another one getting morphed in as well. Have ourselves lanes, the roaches coming through, picking off some rocks, batteries, and cannons are coming up as well. Big push up into the center. Stalker's getting chased away. We have another disruptor coming by. Just going to see Stalker's getting grabbed on the sides, and this is going to be Lings and roaches still trying to fight. Couple more High Templar getting warped in alongside Zealots. More lurkers from Solar in the bottom right getting made through. This is going to be a big moment from Solar. If you can get lurkers into good positions, it can be very tough for the Protoss to break through those presets kind of setups. And we're at a stage where this, the army composition of Hero is good, but it can only get better from here, right? Whereas the army comp of the Zerg is kind of where it's going to be at. Oh, that was a good start from Hero. Puts his disruptors to use immediately. Having those disruptors already is a fantastic thing as well, as we now have Ling Roach continue to push through. Like this burrow once more, we do have this Roach Hydra trying to break in, but yeah, defense is actually spot on for the moment. Very well handled up until now, as our lurks will burrow again, and you see the Stalker's going to chase this. Hero was ready to come in from 2 sides, so he will chase. As he on the creep, it's a little scary to keep chasing. Some of these lurkers begin to burrow up, but apparently we do not care. Hero's going to send the disruptors into the mix. He is going to hit dead center. A couple of Viper grabs, but I don't think they really did enough. However, the lurkers that are still alive are putting the work in, and Hero loses a lot in the end. That chase was maybe a little bit too much of a chase, and that is going to be a little bit of a mistake from Hero, losing out on a chunk of units because of it, unfortunately. So a lot of units end up going down there. A little bit sad. Feelings move over. Stalker's going to get chased. We do get a couple more lurkers coming about. The Spines will continue to fire, and the Zealots continue to take some shots. Stalkers will fire up onto more and more of those Lings, damage being done. Stalkers will fire. A few Lings getting picked away at. Lurkers will burrow up, and we just have ourselves Ling Hydra continue to push through. Stalkers getting chased. I mean, the army on the bottom side from Hero looked as though it wanted to make a move, but Solar now, supply-wise, is looking absolutely brilliant in comparison to Hero. Hero is dropping off hard in this game. Mothership, Tempest, Oracle all being brought up, extra Archons being made. And you see these lurkers still making another step towards trying to clean this up. Will have ducked in, Archon goes down, cannon still firing. We do have Hydras coming back up, picking off those Zealots. More lurkers of Solar. It's going to go wandering back over to that left-hand side. And we get ready to move into this location as the lurkers burrow. The cannons will start to take a whole bunch of shots. First cannon dead immediately. Lurkers just putting in so much work. I mean, we have got a couple of Tempests here, but 2 Tempests are going to be very slow to clean this up. We don't have any Vipers nearby, so these Hydras can't just get rid of the Tempest by abducting in. Honestly, if the Hydras just step forward, I think we're going to be okay. Again, the Tempest damage is very slow, and so with only 2 of them, it's just not good enough right now. The Lurkers will reposition. Oracle dies diving forwards. There's a couple of observers remaining and no overseers. They won't get punished, but the Hydra starting on top of Tempest. That is not good. Mothership will show up and drop the cloaking to try and save a couple of units for a little bit longer. Like I said, we did not have detection here. The Viper finally about to show up as well. A lot of just little bits and pieces that could have been used a little earlier. Time Warp trying to save the Mothership, but it will go down. The first Viper Abduct is good for the Mothership kill. And Solo just keeps on pushing up this left side, getting on top of the Tempest. Lurk is on top of the base. The probes, the ground units are not going to last long at all. And this location going down. Hero, again, looked as though he was getting control of these fights until he just chased a little bit far into the center of the map one time. And I say one time, it was a pretty disastrous time, though. He got so much of his army cleaned up because of that. And Hero making the mistake to get ready to go into game 2 of this in a couple of moments. It is Solar going to be up a map and looking to make it a Zerg in the finals today. He's the only Zerg still standing. Nightmare ByuN make it a TVP semi-final on the top portion of the bracket, so Solar would guarantee us a non-mirror matchup final, actually, which would be kind of cool. So he's only up 1-0 at the moment, but we'll see what game 2 has in store in the next few moments. Get this started up. Players are ready in. Dun, 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 dun. Heading into Oceanborn. Game Solar's the wrong race, so we will just have to regame this one. So a couple of moments longer, guys. Get this set and we'll be back into it. Sorry for that. Obviously, players not going the right race doesn't help. And now they start without me. A classic. Love that. Alright. We're gonna have to cast this one off the clean feed, guys, which does not have the best audio today, so hoping that it's not too long of a game. Sorry, literally just started the game. They regamed and didn't give us a chance to join. Amazing. All right, we will try and get into game 2 then in a sec. Just waiting for the clean feed to catch up and take us in. And we'll just cast it off the clean feed, guys. So, actually sounds like the game sounds a little bit better, so I'll try to turn it up a little bit. Hopefully the game sounds... They were kind of bad earlier. Yeah, this sounds way better. All right, this is not the end of the world. As we can kick off. Proby heading to the upper left-hand side from Hero to scout early on. It's just going to go for a little bit of a look to the top. Drone moves out, is actually going to see the probe coming, so seeing that and realizing it's on the way is a nice little thing to note, as we do get the drone to build the hatchery, so that hatchery will go down. Gateway in the front, pile in the wall as well, always interesting. Here's walls. Leave a lot to the imagination. We talk about them a lot, we meme about them a lot. What if they were that little bit better? Again, pulling that upper left corner. Next us on the cyber core coming in. Our Overlord is going to continue across towards the natural. Back over there. Drone's going to go after the probe. Again, cyber core finishing in a couple of moments. As our Nexus will be about halfway done as well. Adept coming in. Queens and some lanes continuing to build. Twilight Council starts from Hero, so it's going to be a completely different vibe from the start of this game. It's very aggressive. Most likely going to be Glaives, but there's other options. The DTs, the Archon drop, etc. can sometimes become a factor as well, can sometimes be part of the plan, so see if any of that is the idea. Stalker firing, Overlord taking damage. Oh, just gonna see the Overlord getting pushed back a little. Lings is going to come through. A couple of Queens are going to get there. They're going to go fight against the Adept with Shades. It is in fact going to be that Dark Shrine, so we are going to go DTs into the Archon drop. That's the plan from Hero, not the most consistent of things. As we have the few extra gates coming up, so there'll be 4 DTs that can warp in all at once. And just have ourselves the gates, the Dark Shrine coming through, the Prism coming up as well. Things actually going to get by. It's nice from Solar, just going to get in, confirm exactly what's happening. Stalk fires, couple Lings getting shot down. Couple of spores coming through as Prism will just get the warping going of a couple of DTs. Obviously spores very important here. Eventually the lair as well. Going to become very useful too as our DTs move up. Spore going to get in position. The Lings, Queen's going to be there to push the DTs back, and the Prism will get shoved away. Adept's still just chilling. And next is coming online on the third base. We do have one more DT warping in. That Blink's still coming up. Blink's actually get a little kill there. Yeah, Hero just moving into Blink as his follow-up. I don't think the DTs will find much though. Lings fighting, DT swipes back. See the Lings trying to go in towards the ramp there. Just gonna see 2 more Archons coming about. The Adepts continue through. So wrap around once more. Adept will be getting picked away at a couple of Archons dropping by. Queen still firing. Now Prism comes back over to the left-hand side, ready to drop in here. It's going to be 2 Archons coming straight through, and a couple of those drones going down immediately. That's 4 workers killed, making it 5. A couple of Adepts are there for making it 6 and 7, and still is losing a lot of drones. May not have been from the DTs, but the Archon drop and Adept combination is absolutely firing up. A little bit of a storm. Prism takes a few shots. The Lings have to back away. The drones are all stacked. That's terrifying. 16 drones are now dead. Disaster strikes. Prism comes back through. Still got that Blink on the way up. Archon's firing. A couple of those roaches still getting shot at the prism. Moving back over to the sides, we see the blink still coming about as well. Charging 2 more gateways coming about. Roaches, Ravages, the Queens. Still building. The army of Hero goes across the map once again. Solar obviously just replacing a little bit of what he's lost. His army supply is still okay, but it's the amount of tech units here from Hero that's terrifying. His Lings have a huge opportunity. There's a wall going up. That's a structure built just in time. I do not know if we have anywhere near the numbers we need here from Solar to defend this. The Ravager count is only 3. There's a lot of tech units. The Archons are going to be really strong. The Immortals are obviously able to punch through the Roaches easily. And you can just see that everything is getting cleaned up. Hero is going to make his way through this base of Solar. And Solar's reinforcements are not going to look any better because Lings running into an Archon isn't pretty. Roaches running into an Immortal isn't pretty. GG's. Alright, we'll jump off the clean feed and go back to the in-game action, guys. So apologies for one game off the clean feed, although it wasn't that bad because they'd fixed the sound issue from earlier, so that's okay. And we get counting down into game 3. Amphion going to be the map. Actually, fun map for game 3 as well. Let's see if Amphion will deliver. This map's been very good ZVP, especially I feel like it's the matchup that really has seen this map prove itself as one of the better ones out there. Get into our third game. On the top left-hand side, the blue Protoss player here is Hero, taking on the red Zerg in the bottom left from Vitality Solar. Alright, game 3. Probe comes across to play the hatchery block game. After this map, we will have ByuN versus Nightmare to determine who will be entering the grand finals with the winner of this series. So another best of 3 and a best of 5 still to come here. Hatch gas coming up. Spawn and pool will drop down as well. Probe going to nibble at the back. Probe comes back over. Drone gets there. Pushes the probe away. Decently handled for the moment. Walk on Earth, thank you so much for the 18-month resub on the Prime. Welcome back. Hope you're doing great. Thank you so much for subscribing to the channel and supporting the stream today. If you guys are enjoying, don't forget to use your Prime subs. Help to support the stream and help us run more StarCraft 2 events of our own and so on. You can also donate, cheer, etc. All the usual stuff. Of course, if you're on the YouTube, you can even become a YouTube member. Or you can just like the video. Like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel, all free. Appreciate all of those as well. Helps out heavily. This target is a building from Hero. So we're going to see him moving into that kind of expected setup once more. Adept on the high ground. Some pressure onto those drones, a little annoyance. Nice position found. Ling speed finishing shortly. More drones, queens, and lings all coming out. Still a warp gate coming by, and again, just have the oracle coming through. Getting this settled in. Takes a couple of shots. Slings on the other side will clean up the adepts quite nicely, and we'll be able to get the probe and potentially the pylon warping in there. We'll take one more shot as it tries to kill off an egg morphing, but it doesn't happen. This adept is going to live. Oh, okay. Just goes down. I mean, pretty much costs you every single ling there as solo, though, and he did end up losing 4 drones total, so not bad. As the couple queens and drones get back to building from solar as well. Spore Crawler being brought into play. Next is coming through. Oracle building. Another adept coming around as well for the moment, so all of that still continues into action here. So yeah, Oracle's moving about, the rest of these lings coming through, Queen on the way. A couple more adepts coming around, Nexus building also. And the adepts will go shading now down to the south, going through the middle. Gonna join up with those oracles and try and get a follow-up on the move. We got one oracle around the bottom, so a bit of a distraction. You know, Unit's gonna be everywhere here for Hero in a moment. Let's see how well Solar handles that. As the adepts shade up this ramp, they're gonna commit in. Oracles are active there, so the lings can't surround those adepts comfortably. And slow progress, but these adepts are gonna make another step forward. The oracle's pretty much out of energy, so they can't do much else. I think that's time for the adepts to absolutely just shade out, because you don't want to stick around too much longer. The other oracle, yeah, I was going to say, where's that? What's that up to? Not much is the answer. Still here. And that morphed in. As yo, Stancops, thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Good idea. Free Bezos money. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the stream with the Prime sub. If you got that Prime, it is free. Just got to click the button every month. That's a bunch. Things coming up, Adept's gonna get surrounded. Get rid of one, we're gonna get rid of just the one actually. The shade back is okay. We get Stalkers with Blink and +1 on the way through. So Hero is making his way to that next stage fairly comfortably. Wondering if Solo's gonna end up playing that kind of lurker style again, or if that's something he's just not gonna be able to find his way to this time. I feel like he typically wants to. For Adept's gonna fight Feelings coming in. And +1 on Blink coming about, the melee upgrade coming through. Laird's about to finish. And the Queen's still fighting as the Adepts continue to shade about. Oracle's still chilling out on the bottom side. Robot Facility coming through, +1 on Blink gonna be there in a moment. Continue to bring this about at the moment, so again, so far, so good. Do you have +2 attack, charge, continuing in. It's a bunch of additional Stalkers getting warped in off the front here, and we will drop a Revelation down and clean up a Creep Tumor as well. Stalker's hitting that Queen, Overlord taking damage. Stalker's likely going to have to blink back here defensively. There's a few more of those lings showing up. The Queen's still trying to get across for now. You move through, we're just going to grab the Ravager. Ravager gets picked off again. Still these Overlords in a little bit of trouble. Lings want to keep on moving forwards. Percival's onto this ramp as we just dive back. Ready to hop into the Dropper Lord and move into the top. File still dropping into place. Sling Ravager Queen continues to hold tight. Hero moves up once again. I'm going to see a couple of those queens start to go down. Stalkers are taking some shots. We blink back away. Stasis Ward catching a group of Zerglings. The rest of these Lings still setting up as we do have move into the natural mineral line, making their way in. Just have still as well the rest of this pressure coming by. Zeld's going to charge into this mineral line, and it's going to be Queens in trouble. So a couple Queens going down at the same time as Hero pressures on the right-hand side. But the Lings are getting damage done as well, and both sides of this are seeing some serious damage. I think Hero has the better setup to keep on going, though. Throws of Vials do not land. We blink onto the Ravagers. The Oracles show up to guarantee some extra kills. Again, 13 probes dead from Hero, but his standing army looking strong, blinking through, looking to move to the finals of today's Kung Fu Cup as the Ravagers keep on being knocked down. GG says Sola. He doesn't have enough to stay alive. That is going to do it. That is going to be Hero taking a best of 3 victory here and moving on into, again, the grand finals where he'll play either ByuN or Nightmare. Nightmare's been playing well lately. You could absolutely see Nightmare having a successful run here, so expecting that to come through. I expect that to be a fun series more than anything else. Get that underway here in just a second. Bring this into play and see what is going to happen. So a couple moments, guys. This is going to be ByuN Nightmare coming up. Nightmare, like I said, has been really good recently. About to find out how this goes. Waiting for this next game to be hosted. Shouldn't be too long. Best to join the party so we don't miss the game this time around. These videos are coming along nicely, so we'll be in-game in a moment. Side Delta looks to be the map pick. Couple moments, guys, get this figured out. I'll join the party. I'll just take a few moments. This map is gonna be Side Delta, like I said, we're just waiting for this to come through. Alcyone map 2 and Ocean Board map 3. I think we were waiting for ByuN's map pick before the game got hosted. What's up on the YouTube, Greg? How you doing? We got ByuN Nightmare coming up, and then the winner of this will be playing against Hero. Hero in the finals. So a best of 3 and a best of 5 still to go. Ready, go, go. And ready up, everyone's set. DVP is the matchup, everyone's the right races, which is always good to double check as well. Like we are good to begin. Perfect, guys. Let's get into this next semi-final matchup, as we are going to have in the bottom right-hand corner the red Protoss player. This is Nightmare. Again, he's been really good lately. Do not underestimate this guy. He's been really, really good. Top left, the Blue Terran. This is going to be ByuN from the Shopify Rebellion. Kobe moves out to the upper left-hand side. This is going to be coming across here initially. Have a little bit of a look to see what's going on early. Nightmare, again, has been so good in this matchup. It'll be fun to see if he can deliver once again on this. Obviously, probe showing up, and the SCVs will start a fight. Coming about, factory coming up, CC is building. We have ourselves a Cybercore finishing from Nightmare, so we can see what his tech choice is. Stargate or Twilight are the typical go-tos. I don't know if Nightmare is as much of a Robo guy. We saw like Robo from Firefly earlier. I'm not sure if that's really as much kind of down Nightmare's alley as it is for some of the other Protoss that have Roboed as their first tech choice a little bit more frequently. Probe does move up into the main base. The Reaper is going to chase. And we have ourselves the Reaper just going to attach itself onto the pylon for a little bit there. So a couple of shots coming through, a couple of taps. And as now the Reaper hops to the high ground, Adept is going to come chasing again. And the Reaper is going to end up pushed away. So Reaper gets shoved out of here. Again, Twilight Council building from Nightmare. And that is his tech choice to move into Blink early on against the starport of ByuN, which is likely just going to be a little Widowmine drop. We'll see if that is true. We'll see Widowmine drop fairly standard way to start out with, so would not be too surprising to see that be the case here, if that is the plan. Adept dodging the mine there. ByuN is also a fan of this high ground expansion. Using that high ground expand to just be able to say, hey, look, you know, you can't really harass me too much early on. You can't do too much about this. Widowmine is good to get rid of the Adept, so that is a great catch straight away. And obviously, yeah, moving the mine was very smart because it just catches the Protoss unawares, so that's an adept kill you wouldn't have usually been able to get yourself, and now it is yours. And the extra gate's coming through. Again, Blink and the Stalker coming about. Robo Facility on the way through as well. Just see our medevac still moving on down and around. Stalker warping in one more time. Raven still coming up. Blink and a couple of gateways. They do have ByuN on a big boost down to the south. Stalkers get warped in, and medevac is going to be the Widow Mine and Marine. So a little bit of a combination drop. We're going to drop the mine, get that burrowed up. Stalkers did not go to shoot it, and do not bother unloading the Marines. With Stalkers in position, just not really worthwhile. If you can get unloaded before the Stalkers are there, the Widow Mine can then zone extra Stalkers coming back over. And the Marines can obviously kind of take a fight and use that Widow Mine zoning to help out with the fight. But obviously dropping into the units is just going to make that so much more difficult to achieve, if not really possible, honestly. So that's kind of the interaction that you saw there, and that's how it would have played differently if Nightmare had not had the units already in the main base. So obviously it's important to be on top of that. Have those units in the main base is obviously very nice. Definitely helps a bunch as our Stalker cleans the Reaper out on the right-hand side. Again, Charge, Nexus, Templar Archives, all of that coming through. Just move up and out to the front. That's our tank and our Marines and our +1 attack coming up as well. Raven still chilling out down to the south. Tank will siege, Marines gathering, stim pack and +1 attack on the way through. Templar Archives finishing, and we do have again Charge about halfway done. The extra gates all building. Storm is going to start as our Raven comes in, drops the order turret down. So first order turret dropping into place. And the few Stalkers still pressing their way down to that bottom right side as well. It's just making its way over. Obviously the Stalkers going to stick around. There's that Storm. This has become such a popular way of playing lately. That Storm upgrade has been really a go-to in the PvT way more frequently than it was pre-patch. This has become so popular. Well, the devs continue by. We do see our Storm about to finish. +1, Stim, combat, upgrades, all going to be important for ByuN when it comes to larger fights further down the line. Right now, a little bit of Biotank moving into the center. We'll have Stim soon, so it's not a terrible time to be out here. Although the full medevac gets picked off. That's terrible for ByuN. Medevac down. That is extremely costly very early on, as Nightmare is going to be very ready in the middle of the map to greet ByuN's army. As soon as ByuN's multi-prong is shut down, he just starts backing away. He knows he can't really make too much else happen there, so he backs it up, he walks away. He's just going to be done with that for the moment. Wants to capitalize on the fact he just got a couple of good cleanups. He's got Storms ready. He does launch in with those Storms. The High Templars really just brute forced their way up the ramp, getting close to the tanks to minimize being shot down. The medevac evacuating with units inside, gets shot down by the Stalkers as well. Nightmare with a great catch. Wow, beautiful game for Nightmare. Just absolutely spot on. Great defense initially. Puts himself in a good position and then immediately looks to capitalize, and the capitalization is done very well also. So fantastic stuff. Never mind. Get set on that ramp. We do have the Bio still collecting together. The Army of Nightmare out in front. Still looking to get aggressive. As soon as you try and take that third as ByuN, I think Nightmare is going to be absolutely on top of you and trying to do something about it. So, does seem to be the plan. A couple of mines going to come moving across. Army into the middle. Get ready to maybe make a bit of a push towards this upper left-hand side as well. And Robo Base halfway done. The gateway's all coming through. Battle Force and Nightmare will continue to push towards the upper left-hand side. A couple of SCVs transfer over to the third, so they really want to get set up here, but this is exactly where Nightmare wants to fight. His units come across to deal with a couple of Zealots, and the rest of the army gets ready to jump. The High Templars go for the first storms. Zealots actually flanking quite nicely. Question is going to be, can the rest of these High Templars stick around? They got one more storm, but then they get EMP'd. 15 SCVs killed. Nightmare extends his lead. He's going to start getting some upgrades as well, so he'll be better off fighting against those bio forces in the future. The Prism Sniper was good, but I think we're looking to be kind of at the point of Nightmare just getting into too much of a lead. I'm trying to think what ByuN really does from here. At this point, I think ByuN needs to start getting some drops out and being successful with drops. Keep Nightmare at home a little bit. Give himself the freedom to kind of take his third base, probably get towards a fourth. I think that's kind of the... Yeah, the problem is, if you try and take a fourth, it's just going to open more ways for Nightmare to kind of throw units at you, and Nightmare is totally capable of doing that right now. I'm just going to dive into the base. Stalker going to take some damage. Archon. Going to get picked off. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. If you're going to have some success here, drop it and make it happen. ByuN gets in. He actually gets a lot of units here. The +2 attack is denied as well, so that's already very good. The rest of these Zealots getting jumped on as well as the bio continues to eat them up, so that's going to be going very well. And, yeah, we have to start +2 attack on the other forge. Now, Zealots come across the other side, but if ByuN can defend these adequately, then honestly, this was a really good moment or two for him. He's going to keep the fourth base building. This turret in the front goes down, but, well, you know what? I asked ByuN to do some drops and to be successful with them. That was really a bit of a dream drop. It really slows Nightmare down. It pulled his army back. He had to focus on defending. His run-by didn't do much because of it as well, and he got a delay on the upgrade. Yeah, credit to ByuN. Definitely has a task ahead of him still, but there's just a lot to even the playing field here. Zealots are going to come charging in. Is this a little bit too soon to come running forwards? We've got EMPs trying to drop down. Just obviously, we've got that Prism. I love what he's doing. You can see the EMPs consistently coming down where the Prism is. Wanting to try and catch as the High Templars come in. Man, Nightmare just slaughtered this army. Is that just the case of... Ah, okay. I guess Nightmare's army was just too good. It honestly looked as though ByuN was doing a pretty good job, but his army, I mean, going in, no, his army was of okay size. It's just the last, I mean, the actual fight, just his army melted. When this starts, the supplies are equal. Couple Zealots on the left. Just very tanky Zealots. Oh, that's crazy. I did not expect that to be quite so Nightmare favored. Obviously, it was kind of a point, I guess, where he was still kind of benefiting from the advantage from earlier. Game 2 coming up in a moment here, then we'll get this underway. That was wild. Actually, genuinely kind of surprised. I can understand Nightmare winning the fight. He was definitely ahead before and stuff, and one drop that was, you know, okay, doesn't change everything, but this was, like, actually kind of crazy. Just one-sided. Yeah, did not expect it to be that easy for Nightmare, I guess. Waiting for Game 2 to get hosted. Apparently it's because of me, because I knew when I went back to the replay for a couple of seconds I'd probably host the game, and I'm delaying it. Problem with the host with the party. It's okay. Get ready to go on Alcyone here for game number 2. Get this set up in a couple moments. What do you use? Time warp? Yeah. I like going back. It's kind of frustrating because like, I like going back and like looking at things, especially when that fight was so one-sided. Cool to look at it again, right? But then they're trying to host up the next game already. You take too long, you miss it, and delay things. Gotta kind of have a very rushed look. Barely enough time. I mean, I was barely in the game for like 10 seconds extra, and apparently I already ended up delaying them, so it's my bad, guys. My bad. in the top right, our blue Protoss player here is Nightmare. And he is up 1-0 against the red Terran bottom left ByuN. Looking to make this a PvP grand final today if Nightmare was to win through. So it's a possibility for him to cause a bit of an upset as well. Nightmare, again, has just been looking really good lately. Okay, coming up. Eric's coming through. Game number 2. And it looks as though Nightmare is just going to go double check behind the mineral line just in case a very cheeky Rax gets going. Look to be on top of that. Getting the gas coming up from Nightmare. Probe still building. We got ourselves Rax gas coming up from ByuN. SCV still coming about here, just for the moment. Keep running that orbital. Being brought up as we see the Reaper continue to come through for a little bit. Nexus and the Cybercore continue to come in. And a lot of this established here. Our reactor's done, our factory's over halfway done. You just see the probe coming back to the top, and our Nexus is halfway. Obviously, ByuN with that factory so soon will be able to apply a good bit of pressure on the back of that, you'd imagine. So, watching for it as we have ourselves the Reaper heading to the upper right-hand side. Going to be able to catch a probe there for a moment. Probe taking a shot. This probe pulls back over, going to drop a Stargate down as well. Hellion and the Reaper come back around. Stargate's still coming up. Warp Gate coming through. There is going to be a starport from ByuN coming in as well. So again, all of that set up. Tech Lab coming through. Just take a few moments to keep on establishing. This little Reaper Hellion squad can be very powerful. We saw success earlier against Firefly. The wall will help to choke up the entry point as the Adepts will get some initial shots off. Third Adept coming down, but first Adept is already dying. To get rid of one Reaper. Hellions are not a terrible thing to target here because getting rid of the Hellions is huge. It gets rid of the splash damage onto the probes. Battery finishes, saves that Adept, and now you would love to get this Hellion as well. Hellion's actually going to go through into the main base. Don't really have anything else here. A couple of probes might have to pull against it. You don't have one-shot potential right now as ByuN. So just need this Adept to shade onto the Hellion. It got the 2 probes that it hit before, so it does get those kills. The attempted save does not quite go as expected. Still not bad though. 2 probes only. Pretty decent handling of it by Nightmare. Just the very end, letting those 2 probes die because he'd done. If it wasn't for that, it would have been a perfect defense. So it was still a good defense. It was so close to being a perfect defense that you can't help but say that this could have been even maybe a teeny tiny a bit better, right? Cyclone locks in. Marines are going to be pushing back the Phoenix. And Phoenix gets shoved away back through to the top side. So at least the Cyclones are here. We've got more Cyclones building as well. Push potential absolutely valid for ByuN, so that is a possibility as we continue to get set up. Am I going to cast a DreamHack? Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to care if I say, but yes, I'm going to be going to Dallas later this month. Very exciting. Very happy, especially as I missed the last DreamHack event in Atlanta. So yeah, very glad that I'm going to get to be there. Once again, a couple Cyclones to live coming through. Marine in this team coming up as well. Robo Nexus charge coming up. We do have ourselves the couple Cyclones also still coming out, heading to the center. I mean, this is very Phoenix heavy, so you know what's interesting? Obviously, ByuN is in the middle of the map, but Nightmare knows he's in the middle, and he's the one that's actually making the play up this left-hand side. He's going to come through. Phoenix are going to look as though they chase into the army. They're going to grab a Cyclone, going to grab some Marines. Cyclone's fighting these Adepts. Adepts about to shade into the natural, but they'll get a couple of SCVs at least. Shading once more. The Cyclones are still going to come hunting, and can we get rid of any of these Cyclones? Some of them are low, but no capitalization to be made. Kind of interesting. I mean, it pulls ByuN back, which might be worth more than anything else here. ByuN is still building just Cyclone Marine, about to have stims, so the Marines will be powered up. Do we have a defense at home against these units if they show up? Well, Blink on the way, but only just started. Stalker's warping. Might just be take too long for ByuN to go back across the map, so the importance of this counterattack is just the time that you've bought here. To play cleanup on the Liberator will not let that do anything extra. Units coming about. SCVs will continue to drop down. Cyclones get a good lock on, and they do not stay in range. One of them lost the lock on, and I was going to say, I felt like that was sad, but then it looked as though they were going to get it anyways, but they didn't. Oh, lovely Adept play. Unfortunately, they shaded into the army. If they'd shaded a bit to the left, maybe they could have got one more SCV, but still, we get a few SCVs there, so Nightmare is able to continue to get damage done. 1-1 upgrades and combat shield still building on the side of ByuN, so we bring all of that up. Again, Blink and +1 coming through from Nightmare. The Robo Bay about to finish up. This is going to give you access to all of the splash damage for the future. About time, right? It's been obviously a no splash game up until now. We're very reliant on the Phoenix and unupgraded Adepts to kind of do a lot of the heavy lifting thus far. Colossus coming through, just gonna have our few Marines step into the center, counterattack of the Phoenix into the third base. There's not much they can do, but hey, they'll find a couple of reinforcing Marines that are gonna be free pickings. This is what you take at this point with the Phoenix, right? Anything that's free is generally good. All of this is because the observers are well placed as well from Nightmare, so he sees a lot of the movement around the map, and he sees a lot of the moves his opponent is trying to make, so knowing about those helps a lot as you get rid of a few more Marines. This army of ByuN moving to the upper right-hand side, looking to make a bit of a play into this third base right here. Here we go, and with the Colossus out and charge lots ready, it's going to be a pretty solid defense. We are going to have Phoenix to maybe lift up some retreating units. Oh, Zell's just showing up, man. Nightmare's doing okay. I'm a little worried for the fact that it was 1-1 against 0-0 for a while. Now the attack upgrade finishes. Phoenix finish off one more medevac. Again, being chased by Phoenix Colossus is never fun. And these medevacs are all going to go down. Blink available, remember. Colossus will laser down those Marines. The Marauders wanted to turn around and help fight, but they can't really do much else. And Nightmare is still chasing. I think Nightmare needs to be careful not to get overzealous himself. This feels great, but you go too far. Reinforcements arrive, and this is still a very flimsy army. It's only a couple of Phoenix. They're not going to have much use now. The Colossi, only 2 of them. They get taken down by a heavy Marauder count without Zealots to protect. This can go wrong very, very quickly. So I like the fact that Nightmare stopped. He was like, okay, I'm not going to go any further. At least get the Prism over here, have that pickup and micro potential on the Colossus, keep them a little safer. We are going Disruptors behind it too, so I don't even think we necessarily need to keep pushing. In fact, I'd like to see Nightmare just focus on building some more probes. Only 62 workers in the game. He's actually not in a good economic position despite the 4 bases. He just hasn't saturated those 4 bases as he should, especially as he's working off all the gas that he is. That really is something extra to kind of note. As the Prism's going to dive through the natural toward the main, but we fly over Marines and into Vikings. Honestly, it was a good position for the Prism at first, but now it goes down. A gift from Nightmare to ByuN to make up for the mean kind of pushback he gave on the other side of the map, apparently. One more Disruptors, +2 attack coming out. We have ourselves an army of Nightmares still holding position. Obviously, it's dangerous. It's got all the tools it needs to be a successful army. He actually still has a 20 army supply lead as well. Disruptors can zone up this ramp as SCVs. No, just walked into it. Oh, this Disruptor shot gets denied. ByuN just about saves the day there. If that Disruptor shot had gone off, that was lights out and goodbye to this tournament for him. He gets to stay alive. He gets to keep in this for the moment. As now his 2-2 is about to finish. It's a good upgrade lead for ByuN. And once again, you've got to be careful as Nightmares. Some of these trades may not go as well as you think they do when that upgrade lead is not in play. And we make our way back around the bottom. At least he got rid of, I mean, 4th CC, not just, you know, pushing it back, but straight up killing it, getting some SCVs on top. Oh, like I say, beautiful little package there as EMP goes for the obs. The Disruptors trying to find an edge, trying to find a way up, trying to find some initial damage. Once it comes off to the left-hand side, we do see the rest of the ByuN moving about. CC is going to drop down. These other Zealots are going to get shot at here, so the ByuN able to pick all of those off. Another scan onto this army as Surts will start to fight through. Colossus is just doing so much. The Vikings need to get into reach of these Colossi, otherwise they're just going to laser ByuN. There's still a lot of Stalkers to deal with the Vikings, though, so they also still need to also be in the right places. Knock down some rocks. Open that up. Phoenix are firing. Stalkers as well. Colossus protected. We want to get on top of this 4th base, but it's going to be a planetary fortress before we can deny it. ByuN's going to come around from the other side. We do not get a preemptive Disruptor shot going to the right. I thought we might be able to get one over there. It connects anyway, though. That Disruptor firing late. It lands. Oh, this is not good enough at all for ByuN, I don't feel like. Although, actually, is it just enough Marauders? Still dodging Disruptors. He's now on top of the Colossus. There's only really Disruptors and Colossus here. There's nothing to actually stand and fight apart from the Colossus, which isn't doing enough soon enough. Wow, Nightmare is going to have his army and all of his tech completely wiped out. This one Colossus does successfully. No, it dies as well. Where was that recall? How did it take so long? Nightmare gets wiped out. He was a Zealot warping away from winning this fight, though. Because if he has Zealots in this fight, the last few Marauders and everything just get absolutely blasted. Wow. I'm getting reset, and ByuN will take the opportunity to move forwards here. Of course, this does not happen with a 4th base now or anything either, so again, ByuN has also just gotten a good work account. Nightmare does not have a huge bank or anything from being in the lead because he never had the work account increasing, so that's definitely one of the problems. That work account could have been a little bit higher for sure. Really, I said it earlier, right? I would like to see him get some more workers up with the 4 bases. Zealot's going fighting. Zealot Stalker Disruptor coming about. See how Zealot's fighting. ByuN coming back across. Three coming about here. The Marine Marauder still building. Shots coming through as Nightmare fully on defense now, has to move about with these Disruptors and obviously try and use those to zone the Terran army. Every Disruptor's going to count for a lot right now as we are going to dive on this little portion of the force. Not a bad idea because, hey, you saw how much ByuN came in from the back. Took a little while to get those reinforcements there from ByuN. Finishing +3 attack as well, so ByuN going to maintain a full set of upgrade advantage. Unfortunately for ByuN, the Disruptors don't care about upgrades. That's one part of this composition in Nightmare that will not worry about that. Fire coming through, Zealot's going to charge in. So yeah, Disruptor shots firing, Marauders taking hits. There's a couple of Ghosts in trouble as well. The Disruptor kind of stops short. Nightmare is bullying his way into the middle of the map. This is a very choked up area, dangerous to be fighting Disruptors near here, although we are losing some Disruptors as well. ByuN is knocking some of them down. Stalkers have to go blinking away. One more Disruptor shot trying to land. Disruptor shot is good. Stalker's Disruptor coming through. Oh, a little counterattack of ByuN is lovely, though. Oh, okay. This right side force getting picked off, but we are going to lose a base as Nightmare. He still has 4 bases to work off of. As ByuN looks to take a 5th, he will get into an advantage. Stalk's coming over. Marauder's getting shot down. Medevac, Marine, Marauder, Ghost continuing to produce in from ByuN at the moment. Our Nexus will land onto the gold base. So we put that in place as a 5th base attempt. Problem for Nightmare is that these disruptors are very good at defending and letting you kind of hold on and survive. What these disruptors are really not so great at is being able to kind of actually push into positions. So that's what the Colossus may be able to help with a bit here. See them moving across, and disruptors still getting settled. +3 is about to finish up on the Forge. That's a 3rd attack upgrade ready to go. ByuN will take a few moments, knocking out the rocks once again. More army of Nightmare continuing to head back down to the south. Disruptor shots one more time, landing through, hitting towards the ByuN. That disruptor shot's good for some ghosts. Like I say, pushing it is not easy, but again, with the Colossi, it's a bit easier. He needs a disruptor shot or 2 to really start landing now, and he is going to get a little bit of indecision, though, as he didn't think they were going to hit, and then the hesitation costs you. Colossus go down, and Nightmare's army is going to get wiped out. ByuN is going to bring this game back, killing disruptors before shots can land, and he is looking to tie this semi-final up 1-1 and to take us to one final map in today's games of SC2 in the semi-finals. And of course, we've got our grand final coming up after this. Hero waiting in that grand final for whoever may approach. GG's, ByuN ties it 1-1. Yeah, Ellie literally walked into my room with, I think she had a ball in her mouth, and she's like, "You gonna play?" And then she's like, "I hear the door. Whoa, 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 whoa." And she just was right next to me when she started barking, so. About par for the course. Oh, there she is. She's back. She's brought her ball. Hello, baby. Hello. You a good girl, aren't you? You a good girl. Yeah. Oh, you wagging that tail. You wagging that tail. Hi. She's gone. Oh, she's back. Hi. Gonna play ball? Give me it. Give me it. Oh, I've got to accept the game. No, you don't want to play ball. I wanted to come show me that you have the ball. I see. Lovely stuff. All right, ByuN Nightmare Game 3 coming up. Again, winner of this plays Hero in the finals. Close game. Honestly, felt like Nightmare kind of had it. Oceanborn coming up. As in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss. This felt as though he nearly had the series, but to go to that game 3, it is Nightmare. And the bottom right up, Red Terran tying this up is going to be ByuN. Game 3, final map of our series here today. And again, one best of 5 after this as well. She hunted that ball for me. Don't have to worry about dinner tonight. She's got me covered. Nice. Very glad that I don't think she would give me it to eat though. She's very possessive. If she's got something she doesn't want you to have, and if it was food, she would absolutely not give it back. Here's a Funyun, as we do have Gateway and a Barracks coming up. And Ghost Snipe Stalkers? No. Because they're mechanical. right? I don't think you can't snipe stalkers, can you? Can you imagine you could snipe stalkers? It's supposed to be wild. Yeah, it has to be a biological unit, apparently. Yeah, it has to be biological. I thought that was the case. I knew there was some constraint, but I was actually kind of surprised it was biological because I didn't realize High Templar are biological. That's why I was just double checking. I was like, yeah, like my explanation of it was going to be you could only snipe bio units, but I was like, then why can you snipe High Templar? Sounds like maybe it's bio and psionic, but actually High Templars are actually just biological anyway, so you can snipe them. So no, TLDR, you cannot snipe stalkers. You know, when you've been playing the game so long, sometimes you forget about all the specific tags and stuff people have. Hellion tries to dive through, but the unit count is very good from Nightmare, so ByuN will not get anywhere with his attempted start of the aggression, so no success at all on this. You just see the Reapers getting pushed back. We trade out for like an Adept, right? It's not really great. You're looking for probes off of this, at least a couple, some disruption in general, and that is not going to be it at all. So good defense from Nightmare, holding off the first onslaught of ByuN early and comfortably. Puts him into a very good spot here for the beginning of this one. Once again, Blink and the Robo Facility coming up as well. We get all of that brought through. Yeah, we're coming about. Blink is building. We got ourselves the stim pack starting as well from ByuN, so we get that underway. Marine Marauder coming through. Tank is producing. We have the few Reapers making their way back down to the south. So away they go for the moment. Again, charge is building from Nightmare with 4 additional gateways all coming up. A few Stalkers. Continue to build in also. And we have got a combat shield upgrade starting on the side of ByuN. So bringing this combat shield up and running. And 3 racks is running quickly, but also with tank production. So tanks and then 3 racks. No starport most notably, so you're going to be missing medevacs for a while. But the power of the individual push of, like, you know, tank bio with stim is going to be quite high. So definitely potential there. I love this. The Ob's just going to let 4 Stalkers blink in. Sees a tank though. Is it worth going then? Probably not. SCVs are pulling. We are absolutely looking to set up on the other side of the map. So looking to get something done over there. These 3 Stalkers applying pressure, but the real threat is across the map. Let's see, you know, a couple of shots going through. I mean, this is already dangerous, getting across so easily. Stalkers do deny a reinforcing tank. That's massive. Bunk will try and set up. He blocks his own bunker. Look at the tank siege. Actually, I think these bunkers right now are very important just to simply... Oh, this is another tank to those Stalkers. The Stalkers have been incredible. I kind of doubted them being across the map, but they've been so good at shutting down reinforcements. Imagine 2 more tanks show up on this side of the map, then you'd be really in trouble as Nightmare. SCVs are now going to be used as a buffer. A few reinforcing bio units show up. Remember, there's no medevacs here, so any damage you take on these bio forces is pretty permanent. So that's breaking through. We have not had the damage output on these tanks, though. The tanks are living through this, all because the Stalkers are trying to target fire them, but the Stalkers did not manage to get there. Both tanks survive. 1 SCV remains, and that SCV can get to repairing those tanks, try and give it a little bit of chance of living through the next battle. As Nightmare is down to 8 army supply only, warping in High Templar once again. Archon or 2. Oh, I can't believe the tanks lived through that. That is absolutely insane. Poor Nightmare. That was not quite as great as he was hoping for it to be, unfortunately. Fire will get back onto this Nexus. Reaper continue to pull back. Probes are going to pull in. Of course, gets onto the Nexus. I mean, this natural dying would pretty much seal the deal here as double bunker, plus the fact we've got the tanks here. This is going to be difficult. Okay, the Archons are very tanky, but if they can't stand and fight, this Nexus will die, and Gunner was about to start up 2 more bunkers. I just don't think they're necessary as ByuN looking to give us a PVT Grand Final as reinforcements arrive. GG, says Nightmare. What a push from ByuN. Those tanks surviving, probably making a big difference. If those tanks didn't survive as long, the Stalkers might have been able to get more value out. The next push may not be able to be as stalwart. You may be able to have a bit more time about it as Nightmare. GG's, and that does set us up with ByuN versus Hero in the finals today. So we know what the final is going to be. It's going to be that ByuN Hero TVP best of 5. That's actually a pretty good final then. ByuN Hero. Nightmare had a great run too. Nightmare went through triple, DRG, Bunny, and just didn't quite make it through against ByuN. ByuN's run today actually has been a Protoss Slayer, 2-1 Mana, 2-0 Geralt, 2-1 Firefly, 2-1 Nightmare. ByuN playing purely TVP all day long, so the TVP master. ByuN, get him to the finals. Can it win him the finals? As we get this ByuN Hero TVP set to start in just a couple of moments. Get this underway. As I guess we have another party to join. Try and get in here. So we set ourselves into next map. ByuN versus Hero best of 5 Grand Finals. Awesome. Korean Clem versus Maxax. Yeah, kind of. Happens a lot, doesn't it? Maybe not quite as consistently as Clem Maxax happens over in Europe, though. Not quite. Alright, vetoes have begun. ByuN will start with Golden Aura veto. Post Youth and Ghost River vetoed by Hero in return. Of course, 2 vetoes each in this best of 9 format. Not best of 9, 9 map, best of 5 format. Sorry, 9 maps available, 5 maps will be played if we get all 5 games, of course. So Post Youth, Ghost River, Golden Aura all out. What else would ByuN veto here? I don't think you veto Dynasty or Side Delta. Maybe Amphion, but obviously I think Amphion can also be pretty okay for you. I don't really know. Pretty good question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They've not listed all 9 maps. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They've only listed 8 maps. There's 1 map missing from that list, but I'm trying to think what it is. Might also be the veto. Oh, they've missed Alcyone. The rest of the maps are kind of okay for Terran and TVP, to be honest. Give it a couple moments to figure this out, guys. Waiting for 1 more veto from ByuN. Nightmare Solar in the 3rd place match. 3rd place match doesn't usually get cast because it happens at the same time as the finals, so it's just a little bit of a weird situation. Obviously, everyone would rather cast the finals. Last video is going to be Side Delta from ByuN. So then we're going to go to Amphion for map number 1. That's ByuN's map pick as well. Game 1 Amphion, waiting for Hero to pick map 2. I think Hero gets map 2 and 3 picked. And map 4 from ByuN. Map 5 is the one remaining. Sorry, didn't mean to blow on the microphone. Didn't think that was going to happen. If you try and get the bracket in the YouTube chat, it's pinned at the top of the chat. Right at the top. Let's go and Alcyone, Maps 1-5, Oceanborn 2, Dynasty 3. So Amphion, Oceanborn, Dynasty, Crimson Court, and Alcyone. As we get into one final series today, ByuN vs Hero, best of 5 finals in the Kung Fu Cup. Everything going to be our opening map. Just waiting for everyone to join in here. Just double checking the players are ready. Alright, well, actually, the players already said ready. So they are absolutely set to go. We're just waiting for them to, the admin to actually start us off. Okay, ready and go. And our grand final should be underway here in just a second. Countdown will begin. ByuN Hero TVP best of 5 grand final today in the Kung Fu Cup 2024 Season 1. Edition number 3. Hero. I feel like Hero's a hefty favorite right now against ByuN. I feel like ByuN is not quite as strong as I kind of want ByuN to be, or expect ByuN to be sometimes. I feel like Hero's been great lately, so I guess we will see. In the top left-hand side, our red Protoss player. This is Hero, representing Dragon Kaiser, of course. Bottom left, Blue Terran from the Shopify Rebellion. ByuN. Game 1 of the series. Let's see what we've got underway. Hero can be a very quirky player. ByuN's obviously shown us a lot of the TVPs today. He's trying to be pretty aggressive with Reaper Hellion and stuff. So I think these are a lot of things to be watching out for. ByuN builds his barracks over on this left-hand side, right next to those minerals. You know, if I go double gas in the main base, I get both those coming up, gate and the gas coming up from Hero. And yeah, I mean, just everything looking fairly normal. The forward gateway, it's like on the low ground, it's going to be a wall off with that gateway. Sniper call coming through. Probe is building. Probe continues around, and we just have a couple of SCVs going to pull. I'll go after the probe as well. It is ByuN's birthday. Yes, ByuN celebrating his birthday by playing some beautiful StarCraft 2. Although in Korea it's actually the new day, so I guess it's actually just past his birthday now. So unlucky ByuN. The birthday look has run out. should have won the tournament, 1 hour earlier. Next is coming up, Warpgate coming through. Reaper comes about, going to go after some of these probes initially. As we are going to see Reaper doing pretty decent. Actually, going to have a couple of Stalkers low. Not Stalkers, a couple of probes low. The Stalker showing up. Shame we can't finish off any of those probes, though. That's going to be a nice pull around by Hero. Grenade is good to give the Reaper space to get away. Should be out of here without issue now. Stalker still playing chases on the Reaper at the moment. Warp halfway through, the Adept popping. Stargate is going to start. Starport coming through as well as that probe still nibbling at the reactors. Starport coming through. Again, that probe just chronoing along as the Reaper comes over. He's going to go straight onto our probe here and is going to knock that down. So probe gets killed. Stalker Adept still through the middle of the map. Stargate coming, the warp gate building. It's going to be Phoenix play to start. Don't hate Phoenix because this is obviously a close by air map, so drop play is going to be more potent up that left-hand side. Phoenix are just good in general anyways, but I think even better when you have a close by air map to, you know, take into consideration as well, so don't hate that that's the idea right now. And there's our Stalker and our Adept continue to sit in the main base. Medevac loads up and we'll take all 3 Widow Mines across, although it was a little bit messy liftoff, so we actually had to slow down. We waste a little bit of the boost time on the Medevac, which is of course just a little bit of a shame as well. Adept firing. We have our Rip again picked up. The Widow Mines gonna come dropping through. 1, 2, and 3. Phoenix gonna lift up one of those pro. My goodness. Gonna retargets a bunch here, and he's keeping it confused, and he is gonna get 7 workers in the end with this, and the Medevac is out alive. If that Medevac gets away successfully, then that is huge, because that's a good amount of damage. Okay, the Widow Mines are dead, they can't come back again, but 7 workers this early is really, really cool. Phoenix coming back into the main. We got our Marines coming up there. The Raven is on the way. Interference Matrix is coming about. Cyclones still building up as well, as we do have the units on the front just pushing in from Hero. Phoenix will get rid of the Banshee very quickly. The Marines can kind of hold their own, but the Phoenix lifting up their numbers are going to take the numbers down heavily, and just need to clean up these last couple. We'll have 2 Stalkers left to keep on poking. The Adept shaded. It's in the main base. Well, this is bad as SCV's actually pulling. They will kill that Stalker as Hero's kind of just left these units. He's not paying too much attention to them. This is just chaos. 2 Cyclones spotting is maybe finally going to just about be the end of this. This was just aggression all about. They actually kill the Raven as it spawns. It drops an auto turret. We lose a Phoenix, but to get rid of the Raven is obviously a huge deal, so that is a nice catch. Great to see that. It's very nicely done. He's going to catch the Medevac. Medevac will go down as it was trying to get back home. Who comes out of this ahead? Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like Hero, especially with the Raven kill, the resources lost suggests that too. He still has the Phoenix to be aggressive with, and the Cyclones can lock on and deflect, but they will not get anything more than shields, so pretty reasonable. Cyclone locks on. Phoenix gonna get chased away. Rubber Bay coming up. The Immortal and Sentry's coming about. The +1 attack coming in as well from the Forge as our Phoenix come back in once more. 2 racks, 2 Engineering Bays coming in, and the Orbital Command is also producing. Stim pack halfway done from ByuN. I mean, ByuN is really starting to fall behind on workers. 14 workers down. The economy difference is starting to be seen, especially as Hero has a 3rd base set up. Now, ByuN has a 3rd ready to move out in a second. Obviously, taking that might be a little bit of a challenge. I guess Hero doesn't have much on the ground. It's just the Phoenix that are going to fly about. But what are they really going to do to stop the base from being taken? Well, not really much, honestly. Not really much at all. Still gathering here those Phoenix, and we do have a few more gateways coming down. Twilight Gallons in production, +1 attack coming into play as well. Extended Thermal Lance and the Charge will join us for this. So Phoenix is coming through, hitting that Orbital Command a little bit. 1-1 in combat shield still building through, and the Phoenix will get onto the orbital once again. Just going to ping our way through that. This Oracle continues around the left-hand side, and it's going to be the missile turret Medivacs coming in. Cyclone locks onto the Oracle. Oracle gets shoved away once again. Should have cancelled the Raven and Banshee. I think the Banshee's fine to keep, just because it maybe would have helped you out, depending on how it went, but the Raven, when the Phoenix are camping above the starboard, probably should have never finished, yeah. That was definitely not the not one of the greatest choices made today. I think that's a very fair assessment. As Temple Archives coming up on the side of Hero, so we're bringing that through. The Nexus is on the way for a 4th base, so we just keep on expanding. Hero not stopping. Just go and expand, expand, expand. He is going to be just running away with this portion of the game for the moment. Medivacs boost up the left. Oh, did he see the Observer? Or was that just coincidence that he stopped exactly where the Observer is? I think it's just coincidence. No, he knows it's there. Okay. Alright, that was... what a spot that was from ByuN. Maybe he expects it to be there, so he's looking for it a bit more sharply than he would otherwise. Because obviously it would be kind of silly for the pros to have no vision up the left-hand side of the map. But still a good spot anyways. I will always find it difficult to spot dead still observers, right? +2 attack is coming. A couple High Templars building. Gateways, Zealots, Prism all coming up. It is 2-2 on the side of ByuN as well, just starting now. So 2-2 versus the just +2. Hero gets Blink starting. Obviously, Twilight upgrades were delayed because it was Phoenix Colossus to start, and he went charge initially off the Twilight Council. Now will move into Blink though. So gets that started up. A couple Vikings are still on the move. Cyclone's coming back once again. It's going to push the Oracle back over to the sides, and it's a little bit of a push on the move from ByuN. Can he really get across the map successfully here? It's a great question. A hard one to say. That comes down the south. It's going to knock through some rocks. Open this up a little bit, and we have ourselves the Zealot Archon Phoenix continue to push on through. Extra Stalkers warping in, and this army of Hero just on the push. This is what I expected. Hero having the economy will build into this army very powerfully, very quickly. On his way to disrupt us, there's a next set of tech behind this as well, but the way that this push is going, I don't even know if that's going to be necessary. The army supplies are in favor of ByuN, but I do not feel like the army quality is in favor of ByuN at all. The Archons and Colossus here are huge. We are seeing some Ghosts added on though from ByuN, so that's a big stepping stone in the right direction. Ghosts can do a lot for you. Let's see if Heroes attack in will be successful. First EMPs on those Archons, softening them up very quickly. Phoenix just kind of diving in and doing what they can. Colossus want to make sure they're shooting at those bio units, making sure they're not kind of getting caught up in attacking depots in the background or anything. Vikings get rid of one Colossus, but the ground army of ByuN's already been melting. Now a Disruptor will zone out up the ramp as we continue to warp in, reinforcing Stalkers to protect the last two Colossus, but the Prism goes down. With no Prism, maybe there is some hope here as we try to cancel up that base and turn back onto the army, as again the Colossus are hard to get on top of here with just these few bio units. The Ghosts are going to be a lot of this, but they don't have too much energy, so Ghosts are kind of good in some circumstances when they're left to auto-attack. In this case, I don't think it's really what you need, although we will get the dive through. Another Colossus dead. In the end, ByuN just says that this is too much, too powerful, can't really do too much extra about it. And we have ourselves a game number 1 going the way of Hero in this best of 5 grand final. Yeah, I mean, Hero definitely started well and followed up nicely too, as we get ready for a second game in just a moment. Continuing our way through this grand finals, guys. Hero up 1-0 in the best of 5. Map 2 will be Oceanborn, and Dynasty Map 3. Crimson 4, and Alcyone 5 if we get to all 5 maps, which would be amazing. I was happy to see more games. I'm actually going to look up what the history between Hero and ByuN is recently, because I do feel like recently Hero and ByuN have been... To me, this is just Hero favored, and I feel like beforehand it would have been a little bit more back and forth. ByuN just went offline, so maybe just restarting StarCraft quickly. 75-68 all time, ByuN versus Hero. The last 3 times they've met, Hero has won. But honestly, since like the start of this year, oh my god, they played so much this year already. If we go to like just 2024 results, Heroes won 9-7, so a little bit more favored, and especially the last 3 series being Hero favored, 2-0, 2-0, 2-1, and so over the course of the last week and last 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah, they just meet a lot in these ESL Open Cups, which is why they've played so much. Alright, well, ByuN relogged and got back to us very quickly, so we don't have any major delay or anything, guys. We are just ready to get going once again. Straight into more action, going to Oceanborn. In the top left-hand side, down a map will be the blue Terran player. Looking for the bounce back here on Oceanborn. It is ByuN. Unfortunately, this was not his map pick. This was his opponent's map pick. His map pick was the first game he's lost on already. As at the bottom left. Sorry, bottom right. Get our directions correct. Southeast. It is going to be the red Protoss player, Hero, with a 1-0 lead in the best of 5 series. Probe super early across the map, wants to be here to check if there's any potential proxies going on, wants to know the barracks is here straight away, so looks to get that information immediately. That's something that the probe will be very happy with, being able to grab from the very get-go, so yeah, we get in there and grab some info. So that's something to be very happy about. Probe nibbling, SCVs are fighting. Next in the gate coming up. Nexus is on the way from Hero, so the expansion does begin. Getting that up and rolling. As we see the SCV just trying to fight off this probe. A little bit of a complication arising from this. Just for the moment. Reaper going to be done in a second. Nexus building. Probe and Cybercore all on the way. Everything looking good. Pretty so far. Level 5 pylon will be taking some damage. Hops back up, and we do move back into the main base. Going to go after some of those probes. Dabs is going to come shading about. Cyclone on the way, reactor building up. Gal Stargate about to finish here on the side of Hero, and again, this Adept of Hero continuing to shade to the upper left-hand side. Chrono boosting out a probe as we go. That reactor on the barracks still coming up here is, again, the Adept shading by for the moment. Looking okay, looking good. Cyclone popping. Reaper moves into this main base and is going to go for a little bit of information gathering. Going to try and pick off some probies. First probe going down pretty quick as you'll see a grenade dropping as well. And that is a catch from the Reaper. So Reaper just dead, but at least we do, you know, kill a probe and we get to see the Oracle building, so we know exactly what the setup is. Obviously, especially seeing the Oracle building, it could be just straight to Phoenix as well, right? So it does tell you a lot about the exact setup of your opponent. So the scouting is very good. Okay, Deb's gonna go fighting for a moment. And we do get rid of a few SCVs. The fact they're in the main base and can one-shot SCVs is dangerous. 4 or 5 workers, at least going down. 6. Cyclone takes a while to kill here. There's actually going to be the Cyclone locked onto the highest HP Adept as well, which means it had the longest amount of time to deal damage. These Adepts get 10 workers. Huge damage for Hero. Way more than you should be getting. Disaster for ByuN. I mean, that is just so much damage dealt. Cyclones. I have to turn around here to protect the fresh mules. One goes down, another SCV. ByuN's economy is just not meant to be here today. Not in this game. Hero looking to set himself up brilliantly for game 2, and a series is up 1-0 in. He doesn't have much army supply, so that's the only concern, is maybe ByuN can find some damage with these Cyclones on the other side of the map, and maybe with a larger push on a follow-up. That is the biggest issue for ByuN, for Hero right now. The kind of the right here in this moment kind of setup is we are supply blocked as Hero too, so we lose a few probes, and ByuN will start to get himself back in this. The more probes he kills, circles will activate. We lift up, we back away, but 4 probes, definitely something to undo the work that Hero got up until now. Losing an Oracle. Now the Stalkers, though, are going to be able to hit the Medevac, and the Medevac cannot get away from this. The Medevac will die. We will get 1 more Oracle, though. Well, honestly, not bad. 2 Cyclones and Medevac for 2 Oracles. Multiple probes. Reasonable for Hero, but of course still has been on a worker lead throughout this, and that is going to be one of the bigger advantages as we move on through. Marines are going to grab a Phoenix, able to take that out. The Cyclone there as well, also able to get a grab. So again, nicely done. Cloak coming up, Banshee pops. Just going to go and get the one Banshee out, cancel the cloak and move away, realizing it's being scouted. Doesn't see the value in committing further into that any longer, so decides not to go for that a second time. Still got that +1 starting up on the Forge. The Blink is halfway done, and a couple of additional gateways building through as well. Oracle drops a Revelation on the Banshee. Obviously, there's no cloak, instead it doesn't matter too much. It's one of the scarier pushes that ByuN will have, especially because Blink is not done. The Stalkers would love to do some work, but any move they have, again, is going to be blinkless. They cannot get away as easily. 10 seconds still blink. It's a little bit less than 10 seconds because the side time, it works in Blizzard time still, not real time. So Blink now done. We hallucinate a Colossus, even if it just attracts a tank shot or 2. That would be huge. Stalker's going to be taking the tank shots for now, though. Bio is going to go and start fighting. We lift up the other siege tank. If this was a real Colossus, it'd be such a believer, but it's not. And ByuN's army is absolutely packing punches. It is unfortunately for Hero looking tough here. Now, again, if he can just hold on, ByuN is only on the 2 bases. Hero's got 3 base economy. His economy is great. It's the army supply that's not great. Trying to get a charge, trying to get to another upgrade. Hallucination is going to get shot down. The Stalker Force just can't do well enough here, I think, against the Marines at the end of the day is the problem. Get a tank, though, and again, little things, moments like this where you can kind of get the tank and, not lose too much in the process is decent. Now a lot of Zealots warping in. We're not on charge yet, but we're getting close to it. Charge would be a great answer. These Stalkers are finding some good value. We're actually just going to go chargeless. Force field drops down, trap a few of the Marines. The Zealots are going to be able to absorb some of the damage here, and the Stalkers with the Super Battery able to hold on. Hero making a pretty darn good defense of this right now. Unfortunately, the Zealots are all gone. Good micro on the tank as well to save it. At least with the next round of Zealots, we will have charge. That makes a big difference. Is it just too much for ByuN, though? Well, honestly, army supplies are closer than they have been. Robo gets repowered. Immortal going to be out in a second. Stalkers blink back out the right-hand side. We actually blink a few of them in. We are going to get rid of this bunker. Tank on the back trying to siege up, but these Stalkers are going to commit to get it. They eat a shot. They lose 2 of them, but they get rid of the tank, and that's huge. Another warp in of just masses of units, and you can see the supply now swinging in Hero's favor. That's the economy really starting to kick in with all of the gateway forces available to be warped in as well. And Hero will defend. Man, that was a clutch defense. That got a little bit scary. fact, that got very scary. Stalks the Immortal moving about. Stalkers get a couple more picks. We are going to see RoboBay in a second facility coming through, and ByuN is going to say GG. He does not think he's done enough to stay in this game. He's out of here. Third CC was too far off, and we are going to be into, well, really heavy Protoss territory now, as ByuN only needs Hero only needs one more map to be champion of today's Kung Fu Cup. Can ByuN fight back? That will be our big question mark at the moment. That's what we sit and ask ourselves here, going into this game number 3 in just a few moments. Look to get that underway. Look to get that operational. Players are ready up immediately, so these guys do not have any reason to wait around. They want to get going. They want to get in game. That's ready to go. How's Ellie doing? Ellie's great. She's full of trouble, full of mischief, living her best life. Yeah, she's good. We went on holiday with Ellie last week. Went and stayed in a dog-friendly hotel and stuff, and she loved it. We went on a bunch of walks. That was her actually living her best life. She was like, honestly, just so happy. Everyone was giving her attention, and she just getting to go out like multiple hours a day. She was just loving it. We went on like a little hike, and she was just like bounding around, leaping over rocks and climbing over fences. That's whatever she had to do. She was just like, oh my god, a challenge? Okay. Forward barracks from ByuN Heroes again to Dynasty. It's one of the weirder maps because of that in-base gold that points outwards. Typically, map games don't end up super long on this map because of the engagements over the gold that happen. And this one might not last long because ByuN just decides to play very heavy proxy right from the get-go anyway. So gets that barracks straight down in the center. The couple of refineries still coming up. SCV still coming through. Nexus will go down, so we get the Nexus started. The Cyber Core is building. We'll see ByuN has got himself that Rax in the center, Reaper on the way. SCV can just check if there was a gold base coming up early. Sees no gold, SCV can now back away, store some minerals. How will Hero ever recover with theft like this going on from his back doorstep? Nigh on impossible, surely. Brutal world that we live in. The SCV will just go home. Factory's at home as well from ByuN. There will be factory before expanding. That means he's definitely looking towards, well, we already knew he's going to be fairly aggressive, but he's going to kind of stick to that idea of aggression as well. It's going to be our early few moments. Keep it dancing with the probes. Probe is going to go down, so a little bit more damage dealt. Stargate building. Nexus is about to be done. And Rax coming through as well, so we continue to bring all of this just up and into play as best we can. So far the defense is good. Adept blocking that Reaper back away out of here, so just going to shove that off to the sides. Stargate coming up to completion. Rax and the reactor coming in. Gonna get a few shots off on the Reaper here, so Reaper taking a few more hits. Is gonna go down, Cyclone producing. Few adepts to sit out the front of the natural, and we get ready to maybe even take the gold pylon there. Might just be for vision for now. I'd imagine you take the gold as well, though. I mean, it's not the craziest suggestion of all time. Impact starting up. Engineering Bay and a barracks continue through. Phoenix pops out of the Stargate. So a Cyclone gets there. The Phoenix gets pushed back around. Siege tank, Marine, Stim, all coming about. A few more of these Marines come through, and the Phoenix will get turned around once again. So a little bit of a pushback there. A little bit of competition being made. Starport coming up, Stimpack and +1 coming through, extra Marines all building. Just have ourselves the Phoenix still patrolling at the front, a third Phoenix coming across as well. Team line up on the gold for the moment. And Phoenix gonna just find some little bits and pieces, SCVs, always great catches. Utilizing that energy early, dealing some damage, slowing down the Terran Eco. ByuN is now finishing his Starport, so he will get Medivacs out to help with the Stimpack, which he's got access to. Means that he's not just going to have one Stim to win the game in, he's going to have a few different shots at it. So killing is a very big deal. +1, Combat Shield, both coming through. Medivac, Marine Marauder coming out. Our Phoenix will fire up again. Couple of Medivacs taking some hits. As our turret shoots, Phoenix will take a bit of damage. Nexus halfway done. Extended Thermal Lance coming about. And the Fear Devs is going to come over. He's going to go after those SCVs. So try and push back any mining on the gold as best as you can. Because the shells is about to be on the way from ByuN as well. +1 already done. Time passing though, and Hero just kind of getting away with moving to 3 bases. Game is fairly passive overall. Totally not a pylon. Thank you so much for the 34-month resub on the Prime. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Hero actually hit supply block off that pylon loss, so we'll actually have a little bit of an impact. Oh, that's a big deal. Phoenix catching the medevac. We're going to commit for the full one. Well, it wasn't really full anymore, but it still had a few units in. So we commit to get the 1 kill. Obviously, there's a situation there where you could have argued that maybe our Phoenix were a little bit overcommitting. Maybe just let that medevac get away, but not going to be the plan, as our medevac still building up. +1 attack, charge coming through, additional gates all building, Colossus on the way, additional probes popping as well. My Ghost Academy still coming through. Phoenix joined back up into the right side. We do have the bio pulling back in the natural. Ghost Academy finishing. That turret shooting. The Phoenix taking some hits there. Again, a couple more Vikings are still on the way out, and we've got ourselves a cannon forge. Couple gates coming through. The Ghosts are producing through from ByuN as well. Make that 3 Ghosts, couple Vikings. Bio's there, and the Phoenix do get pushed away to the sides. SCV's already dropping. 3 workers killed right from the get-go. More SCVs go down, so a little bit more damage done. And Templar Archives is building up here, so we get that Templar Archives on the way as well. +2 attack and +1 armor building up from Hero. And just get those double forges on the way. So double forge coming about. Blink is halfway done. Still got the Phoenix. Actually going to try and grab a medevac there. Not quite able to get it. Phoenix dive through. A bunch of these SCVs beginning to go down. There's going to be 4 or 5 workers. Again, it's just nice damage. These Phoenix are very controlled, and as ByuN wants to get out to the center of the map. Just being slowed down by this aggression. So 3 more workers killed here. It does mean the Phoenix are using their energy in this base, so they're not going to have them for the fight as much. And they might actually need to recall these Phoenix to home. Yeah, that's what Hero's going to do. He's afraid of the main army advancing in and him not having the Phoenix there to help protect, right? So, makes sense. I can understand the thought process. Rex coming through. Hero's Phoenix. Again, just toying with the army. He actually loses one of the Phoenix there, but the idea is good, which is just, you know, checking to see where that army is at, keeping vision on it is quite important as we do knock our way through the set of rocks in the center. +2 attack, finishing up from Hero. Archon finishing up as well. We just see this Bioforce still pulling back over that right side. Protoss Force in the center. Ooh, EMP plus Viking shots there. Deadly onto the first Phoenix. Good EMP again. Another good EMP. Immortal getting caught on that. Stalker's taking some hits, and they're thinking about what they want to do, thinking about trying to jump across onto those tanks. That doesn't end well. The Cyclone locking on, pushing the Stalkers back as well. Both players coming up being maxed out at the moment. Sense Tower coming in. The Vikings are still building as well. Marine Marauder, 2-2 upgrades. All the good stuff is being added on right now. And Disruptor not far from finishing here as well, on top of everything else. Single Zealot charges through. Depot is going to be taking a couple of shots. Zealots are going to turn around onto the Sense Tower. SCVs move down the right-hand side. We're going to see the Zealots back up to the top as well. Just going to see our command center is going to live. This game's been fairly... I mean, we know we've had the Phoenix harass and stuff, but in terms of larger fights, have been a little bit absent. We had a medevac that got killed, a couple Phoenix dying while harassing a few Zealots. It's really been a game of building up and now max out armies. So you're going to see ByuN on his way to the fusion course. He's looking to open up the Liberator range upgrade, of course. I'm going to get rid of a lot of those Vikings, and they're shooting at Phoenix, which means that the Colossus are staying alive through this. Which means you still have full splash damage available here as Hero chasing this down. Well, there's a couple of EMPs. Another stim. ByuN's army is hurting. No, that's a lot of HP that's missing off it. Trying to back away. We've got 4 medevacs. They do have a lot of energy, but they're going to have to work overtime to get those units healed up. There is a lot of healing to be done right now. As the Protoss Force comes all the way back to the upper right. +2 armor about to finish up. EMP goes down on the few Zealots. Looks though we're going to gather together. Knock down a couple of these command centers. Disruptor fires in, hits down the first Marine. Another command center going to get shot at, going to get taken out. Initial pops. Hero believes he can just keep pushing in. Honestly, it's a bit of a choke, but I don't hate the push in because, quite frankly, this army is so low. The Colossus diving deep, though, to be able to get the shots off. The Vikings are doing well. I think Hero might have overcommitted a little bit. He's got Immortals left on the ground. Are they going to be enough? Absolutely not. Obviously, no retreat potential with Immortals either. Enough bio remaining on the end of this. Both players will actually come out fairly similar supplies. Thought it was going to be worse for ByuN than it was, as this Disruptor will go down as well, though, so... Man, I mean, honestly, I can understand why Hero wanted to go. That army was on the orange hit points. The fact it was low HP probably made up for it being such an abysmal fight into a heavy choke, right? So you can understand why he did it, but Obviously still kind of backfiring to some extent. These Stalkers here firing up the command center. Zelt will charge forward, going after the Bioforce. Disruptor getting caught. The rest of the Zealots still charging through. Stalkers now going to hit that CC a bit further. I can't believe Hero is still fighting into this position, although he is 3-2 against just 1-2. So these Zealots are very difficult to kill when you're missing that many upgrades. Finally, we get rid of the Zealots. That's when the Stalkers should just be looking to get back out of here. They trade as best they can for as long as they can. That base on that forward position was denied. Hero expanding like crazy. The map is covered in blue bases. One more shots coming out. These Zealots will still charge through. Ghosts, Vikings, Bio. Gonna get chased into. High Templars getting some feedbacks off. And ByuN just says GG. He does not think his army can stand and fight any longer. And that's gonna do it. Hero with the 3-0 to wrap up today's games in the Kung Fu Cup. Congratulations, Hero. Very well played. That's just a convincing final from him. Like I say, he's been looking good in this matchup lately. And ByuN, maybe not as good as he's looked in the past, you know? GG's, 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 guys. Thank you so much for watching from the Twitch, the YouTube stream. I appreciate you all tuning in today. It was great to have you guys with me. Again, if you're watching on YouTube, you can subscribe to the channel, see when we're live for more videos in the future, or more streams in the future, but also when we upload daily, if that interests you. All the best games on our Twitch channel always go up on the YouTube. If you're on Twitch, obviously you can follow if you enjoyed the stream. You can subscribe to support. Use your primes if you haven't used your prime already as well. We do have WardiTV Korean Royale $7,000 tournament coming up next week on Tuesday, and I am going to be streaming pretty much every day this week apart from Saturday, I believe. So Thursday, tomorrow, OSC King of the Hill, Friday and Sunday, World Team League. I try to do a little European Cup on Sunday afternoon as well, and then Monday next week we'll be back with another week of ESL Open Cup Korea, and then Tuesday onwards will be all about the WardiTV Korean Royale. So busy, busy, busy weeks. Lots of StarCraft streaming to be done. Loads of games that's going to continue coming. So, yeah, do you hit the follow buttons and check out and support all of that. We want to keep on bringing you guys StarCraft as best we can, so we'll aim to do that. And yeah, not really much else to say. Thank you so much for watching, and I run a little set of ads on the outro here as well, so some ads to finish us off. Once the ads are done on Twitch, I'll raid you guys somewhere else on YouTube. I don't know how to do that, so I'm just going to end the stream. So I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye.